The following is brought to you in part by a grant from the Foundation for White Wellbeing.
He writes here, remember the note, I was indirectly called an anti-white slur over Go Free card. That's right. Dropped out of my book on my way to the pool. Later that day, a note was taped on the wall with anti-whiteisms. I trembled and cried. It shook me to my core. Now this, ladies and gentlemen, is absolutely infuriating. I was so furious that this lovely woman, Samantha Fox, whose mother is a survivor of Dresden, that this lovely woman, she had one of my Go Free cards. This is Go Free, and it has the website on it, and it fell out of her book somewhere where she lives, building where she lives, and some anti-white, absolute piece of garbage found the little business card, looked up my website, and you look on my website, you look here on Go Free, and it says dignity for all, even white people. Make it very clear that this is about loving. And the first video you see when you come to my channel, which this person, this anti-white, white piece of filth, actually saw, was a video where I was saying that this is about loving the white race. This is about serving white well-being. Everyone is welcome. No immutable characteristic is excluded, and absolutely coming from a place of love. This anti-white white person saw this video, saw that all we do is care, not no harm to anyone else. All we do is also care about white people. And this person made a note. This note put in a public place, and this terrorized dear Miss Samantha Fox, a wonderful, gentle, beautiful lady in our community. Gentle as the day is long. Gentle as a spring rain on a field of tulips. This lovely, gentle and beautiful as that. This lovely, soft-spoken woman put this note up. And this note says, big placard where everyone could see, and it says, someone misplaced their bigotry card, and then it has glued or taped to it the Go Free card, and then underneath the back, they write, just don't be, and then the anti-white were racist. So what do you think about this? I'm sorry, Samantha. What do you think about this anti-white piece of shit? I am furious over this. Here you have a single woman terrorizing, beautiful and gentle as spring rain on tulips, and she's got to come across this terrorizing note that is attacking her in a public way. This anti-white could have just picked it up and thrown it away. Could have just picked it up and maybe set it up on the counter so that, well, I don't know what this no white guilt stuff is, but I'll just set it on the counter here so that anybody else comes through the walkway, if it's theirs, they can pick it up. They could have done that. Or they could have picked it up and said, let me look it up. Oh, they no harm to any other race. They invite all the other races to participate in caring about white people. Well, that seems kind of weird since I'm an anti-white, so I'm just going to toss it. No, this person hates white people so deeply that he or she had to make a public spectacle, a public hearing, a public lynching of this dear lady in our community. By God, if I lived anywhere, if I lived within riding distance, I would be there. And I would put up a big sign in that housing unit. A nice big sign to the anti-whites that live there. I would want them all to know, whoever this person was, no, whoever you are, it is not the community that condemns Samantha Fox for caring about the health and welfare and well-being of white babies that is condemned. It is the community that condemns you, who want to inflict injury, who want to white erase Western kind so deeply, so sickly, with such mental infection that you would go to these lengths to embarrass, humiliate, taunt, and terrorize a beautiful, older, gentle woman in your housing complex. You are garbage, whoever you are. You are filth. I hope you are watching, because it is the community, the great rising community of white people all around the Western world, and non-white people, and people of different sexual orientations. They're coming. Everyone is coming to this conclusion that they are seeing white erasure. They don't agree with anti-whiteism. They want to put an end to the victimization of the white race. You are the one who is immoral. You are the one who is the bastard. You are the one who has earned public condemnation. You are the one who should have people outside of your place of work letting everyone know that you are the one who is immoral and unethical. Mrs. Samantha Fox is the angel. You are the devil. You sicken me. My dear lady, if given the opportunity, I will take you by the hand. We will have a lovely lunch, and I will make sure to put up a nice big poster, and I will make it known, nice and loud, to everyone in that building at the top of my lungs, that anyone who is anti-white and who wants to inflict injury on Western kind and white babies has a problem with me. And if they want to come out and talk about that problem, they're welcome to come out and talk about that problem. I will have that conversation. Thank you very much, Samantha. Absolutely sickening. And that tells you where an anti-white is coming from. That anti-white, what did that anti-white, a woman most likely in this case, what did she want to happen? She wanted a public lynching. She wanted to terrorize. Does that sound like a moral person? Does that sound like that's someone that we can reach some sort of ground where we can both be amenable to? Okay, you can have your space, I'll have mine. This is what I've said all along. These are two irreconcilable moral structures that are freight trains on the same track, full speed, heading toward each other. This is why you have to take in whatever persuasive way you have to use, the conservatives, the nationalists, the whatever they are in your midst, the Republicans, whatever they are, you have to take them in whatever metaphorical, persuasive way that it'll work by the collar, and you have to say, they're not going to allow you to have your backyard, idiot. You better realize that they want you socially lynched. Rest assured that this filthy, evil, anti-white bitch, that if Samantha Fox was working somewhere, this woman would be lobbying to have Samantha Fox lose her job, so that what would happen? Samantha Fox wouldn't have food, so that Samantha Fox wouldn't have medication, so that Samantha Fox wouldn't have a friend's shoulder to cry on, so that she wouldn't have community, so that she would be isolated and terrorized and frightened, psychologically harmed. That is what this piece of garbage wanted. That is not a moral person. That is not a moral structure. That is an intent to kill. God Almighty. Let's get it right. And let's have that conversation, bitch. Let's have that conversation. I'm happy to tell you what you are. I'm happy to convey to you the blackness of the soul in your chest. Just don't be anti-white. Just don't be anti-white. You want to eradicate Western kind? Well, you go do that somewhere. In our story, you are the devil. And now I want you to try to talk your way out of it being a positive moral step to erase a people from planet Earth. Go for it.
We can make an impact, grab and then take it. tear us apart. They throw their stones, but I've got a brave heart. I'm proud of my roots, I won't be ashamed. With fire in my soul, I'll never be tamed. They want us silent, but I'll raise my voice. With every ounce of strength, I'll make my choice. No more shadows, I'll step into the light. With pride in my blood, I'll stand and fight. No white guilt, I'll carry the flame. In this fight for our honor, I'll stake my claim. With every heartbeat, I'll stand my ground. In a world of chaos, my voice will resound. They try to erase us, rewrite the past, but the strength of our heritage is built to last. I'll shout it from the rooftops, let the truth be known. With every step I take, I'm never alone. They can't take my spirit, they can't take my pride. With my brothers beside me, I'll never hide. Together we'll rise, we'll break through the night. With courage in our hearts, we'll win this fight. No white guilt, I'll carry the flame. In this fight for our honor, I'll stake my claim. With every heartbeat, I'll stand my ground. In a world of chaos, my voice will resound. So here I stand, unyielding and proud. In the face of their hate, I'll shout it loud. No more guilt, no more chains to bind. With pride in my heritage, I'll never unwind. We'll carry the torch, we'll light up the night. In this battle for truth, we'll stand and fight. With strength in our hearts, and pride in our soul, we'll rise together, we'll take control. No white guilt, I'll carry the flame. In this fight for our honor, I'll stake my claim. With every heartbeat, I'll stand my ground. In a world of chaos, my voice will resound. No white guilt, I'm proud of my name. In this world of darkness, I'll never feel shame.
When there's nothing left but the fire in my chest and the air that fills my lungs, I'll hold my tears and trade my ears for a glimpse at kingdom come. On the other side of misery, there's a world we long to see. The strife we share will take us there to relief and sovereignty. Oh my God, we'll have our home again. By God, we'll have our home. By blood or sweat, we'll get there yet. By God, we'll have our home. In our own towns, we're foreigners now. Our names are spat and cursed. The headline smack of another attack, not the last and not the worst. Oh, my fathers, they look down on me. I wonder what they feel to see their noble sons driven down beneath a coward's heel. Oh, my God, we'll have our home again. By God, we'll have our home. By they strain to see. I struggle forth to find a friend to light the way for me. Oh, brothers, can you hear my voice, or am I all alone? If there's no fire to guide my way, then I will start my own. Oh, my God, we'll have our home again. My God, we'll have our home. By blood or sweat, we'll get there yet. By God, we'll have our home. Oh, by God, we'll have our home again. By God, we'll have our home. By blood or sweat, we'll get there yet. By God, we'll have our home.
Hell yeah, we will. It is Sunday again, ladies and gentlemen, and that means that it is Church of the West with your hierarch reading from his hierarchical writings. Featured stories today. Musk says unite or die. Unite the kingdom. Tyler Robinson and Lance Twiggs. Really? I mean, really? 1 million plus to Iryna Zarutska. We'll be talking about that and more. Go free lesson of the day. Anti-whiteism and the anti-white narrative. So apropos. Your comments and questions, and then there's this. Nancy goes to buy a parrot. The prices are $100, $200, and a third parrot for $15. The woman asks why the third one is so cheap. Well, says the shop owner, that one lived in a brothel for a few years and has a filthy, filthy mouth. Unable to pass up a bargain, Nancy buys the third parrot. As she walks in the door of her home, the parrot says, "Oh shit, a new brothel," to which Nancy laughs. When Nancy's two daughters get home, the parrot says, "Oh shit, 2 new call girls," to which they all laugh in response. When Nancy's husband gets home, the parrot says, "Oh shit, Pete, I haven't seen you in weeks." We are going free, ladies and gentlemen. You got to be careful when you go to a brothel where the parrot knows your name, but where the parrot knows your name. That sounds like it should be a song, doesn't it? It is 5 p.m. in the once great state of Virginia, across from Mordor on the Potomac, 7 in Sydney, 10 in London, midnight in Moscow. And we are not on YouTube today, so please make sure you let everyone in our family here in Service to the West know that we are over here on all of the other platforms. They seem to have forgotten, even though I mention it at the beginning of every single stream. Kind of something that I guess you just have to do. It is glorious outside. I want to be participating with you. And thank you so much for coming over today. It's great to see you. I want to participate. I want to have a conversation with you because that's what Church of the West is all about. That's why your hierarch is here. If you would like to financially gift while we are together today, you can financially gift me. You can head on over to nowhygift.org, nowhygift.org. Click on the financial gift tab. You'll see the options available to you there, which include Entropy, Do Bro Moment platform, which is successfully up and running today, as well as the app that permits cash, as well as Subscribe Star, as well as Premium Rumble, as well as D Live. And of course, you can at me across Odyssey, D Live, Rumble, Twitter. I'll be keeping a special eye on that. Even over there on Entropy on the Talk Kevin widget. And where else can you at me? I guess that's about it, right? Did I miss any of the options there for tagging me? I want to have a conversation with you. I want to know what you have to say about everything going on in the world today. We have some very interesting news items. And we'll look for your recommendations and what you think we should be talking about, what your thoughts are on the world today and the news as we discuss them. And otherwise, if there's something I'm missing you want to bring to my attention, please do so. You can also financially contribute by way of a donation to the work that we do here at the premier institution serving a Western kind. Why is it the premier institution? Well, it's the one that focuses solely on white people. It's the one that talks about white people. It's the one that focuses on our victimization of all our different categories, young, old, man, woman, etc. And those are the categories. And you can donate there, that 501c3, by heading on over to the Foundation for whitewellbeing.org or .com, the Foundation for whitewellbeing.com, and you can tag me in that donation if you would like those dollars to come specifically to me. But God bless everyone at the work, doing work at the Foundation for White Wellbeing, the premier institution in the world, believe it or not, the premier institution in the world, certainly the only one achieving any success for actual white people across planet Earth, and with a formula, a dialogic that we use here called the Go Free dialogic, the Go Free practice, a very easy practice to implement in your life that will recapture our destiny incrementally from the anti-whites. And we've already demonstrated it can travel like light speed, exactly as it was designed to do. Everyone should be here with a program like that, but you know how the world works nonetheless. So make sure you tell your friends, tell your neighbors, tell your colleagues. Don't go necessarily just looking for people online who might be interested, because so many of the folks online are woe begone. They are interested in too many other things and not really the recapture of our destiny. And they're used to muscle memory, even though muscle memory failed them in the past. So make sure you do that while we're together. I'll be keeping an eye across all of these platforms to see if you would like to have some clips of the work that we do here. Then you can head on down into a description over on YouTube. Just head on over to the YouTube No White Guilt channel at symbol No White Guilt. Hold on over there. Any of the videos, the most recent ones, of course, drop down into the description of any of those live streams, and you will see clip makers there near the top, as well as musicians, people making music. Some of them are actually musicians, some are not, making music here in service to white well-being. About 99% of the music that we play here is original to this community. About 100% of the artwork, 99.9% of the artwork is original to this community. And this gets some big 07s. Certainly you can type 07 even in Rumble. And we will be back on YouTube this coming Wednesday. This stream here will be uploaded to YouTube probably on Tuesday night. We'll see how that works out. But we'll be back live streaming, rolling in service to white well-being with your hierarch, and reading from the hierarchical writings such as Prometheus Rising, Take Back Your Destiny, and on Wednesdays, and we hope to see you there. But very delighted to be with you all today. We have some Telegram groups that you can also find. We have NoWhiteGuiltCollectibles.com. You can find all of the books there that I have for offer, and you can get them there signed. I think I might even order up some of the Dutch version of Go Free and just have those the available to me, so that if anybody would like to purchase that, I can give those a sign. They're not up on the store yet, but they are available on Amazon in the Netherlands. And actually, technically, I looked and it was Amazon everywhere, but specifically the primary Amazon is the Netherlands. And God bless Yield European for that translation. And that is how we recap. That's why this community is so amazing. That's why this family is so amazing. That's why this church is so amazing, because we have people that come in and they contribute with their charity, with their time, with their money, with their dollars, with their intelligence, etc. All that they have and all that they can bring to the table in service to white well-being. And along with their hierarch, we stand shoulder to shoulder. All the players are on the field here. There is no single central character. And in fact, we have folks, if you head on over to the Shade Tree, and virtually every single day on X at 2 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, if you head on over there, virtually every single day, we have people who are trained up there like Jedi Knights of White Wellbeing. It's truly amazing. I listen in. It's like they're like Jedi, absolute Jedi Knights. So make sure you share. If you want to make a difference, I think the biggest thing that people should take away, especially if they're hearing my voice for the first time, whether live or in replay, is that you can be a better you. You can be a better you physically, and that means health. That means endurance. That means your level of physical fitness. Literally, this isn't a joke. This is an absolute claim. Why? Because stress instigated by harmful beliefs will undermine every aspect of your being, physically, mentally, and spiritually. So you address these items that have been instilled in you, and as by anti-whites and anti-whiteism, you address these. We teach you exactly how to do it in the Dialogic Go Free, and people will notice the change in your world. They will notice the change. And we have had every walk of life people come in and they broke through their ceiling in different lifts. They broke through their religious, their worship in whatever version of Christianity that they are in. Everything that you can imagine has improved in people's lives. And it's obvious. It doesn't take a rocket surgeon to know that if you address these deep-seated stressors in your thinking, that your life will improve in so many tangible ways. You need to do that if you're going to be a better you, if you're going to be able to take on the world, if you are going to be able to reclaim your destiny and influence those around you for white well-being. And so who works for the foundation? Well, Fornull, Biospirit of the West, Seamus, yours truly. So those are the people who work. Kate's asking me, who works for the foundation? Well, now you know. That's how that works. We have Sandy over here in the live chat. Sandy reposted the live stream. Thank you so much for that. Janitor of White Noir is here. Enjoyed the joke. Jerome is also in the house. So is Anti-Vilification League. How do you like the change that I made to putting names up on the screen, the verbiage on the screen? Anti-Vilification League reposted the stream. Go free for white well-being, says Robert. Nothing but champions in the house. Good to see everybody. There's the Tree Godfather for the algorithm. Why? Because F them. That's why. That's why you do it, folks. That's why. Hey, so if you ever walk through the door of a whorehouse and there's a parrot sitting there, you might want to turn around and just walk right out. Maybe give them your adversary's name, whoever your bête noire is in the world. Just be like, yeah, whatever that guy's name is. And then who knows, maybe down the road, folks end up hearing about his wife losing it. Let's get to some of these news items, shall we?
Kirk's turning point. UK has hit the streets in London and millions are marching for freedom of speech. Union flags are everywhere, drums pounding, chants echoing off the buildings of Whitehall. This statement, freedom of speech, is under siege and the crowd knows it. The march has become a flashpoint for something bigger, a revolt against censorship, standing up against political violence, and a cultural pushback that says no more apologies. The idea behind it, you can silence one voice, but you cannot stop the movement. There are millions in the street. This is a historic freedom of speech event. And there are also opposing protesters, quote, stand up to racism behind police lines. But there are far more people fighting for their freedom of speech. The entire UK political class are watching closely, no doubt, and sweating over what this crowd could become. This is a huge movement and it has just begun. As always, I want to hear what you think about all of this down below.
Now, this is in Warsaw, this video. London protests, latest. Musk's speech at Tommy Robinson March denounced as disgusting and inappropriate. Well, did you all hear about this? Let me see if I can touch my mic today. Oh, I can touch the mic today. Well, you'll have to tell me if I muted myself. Did you hear about this? How exciting! I mean, there's some there's some work to be done, right? There's some work to be done. But how exciting, right? Now I know the young lady was saying millions. I don't know. There are different claims: 100,000, 110,000, 150,000. It's a shit ton. If let's just say at the lowest number, 100,000 people filled the streets of. I mean, Tommy Robinson. I don't know if I were to hold a rally. If I were to hold a rally, and I would want to find out the exact metrics, the exact way that the number of people is gauged. I would want to know that exact number, and I'll tell you why. I'll tell you why. I would want to, of course, the Park Service here in Washington, D.C., where I dwell, where the domicile is. They're probably gonna lie, most of the time, because they're who peoples these positions, anti-whites. The same thing's going to be the case, of course, in London. For the love of God, is Sadiq Khan still the mayor? Hasn't he already jettisoned himself into another like 97 version or something? But I would want to know. I mean, surely it has to do with some sort of a measurement, maybe of a full block or a quarter block. And once that's filled with so many people, then you can add up the quarter blocks, maybe where the people line up, like on the mall here. I would want to get the most accurate measurement. And you know what I would do? I would by the way, it's not air, it's I would want to on the side of the low number. Because why? Because a woman can take out a ruler and maybe she's a seamstress. Maybe she already knows. And if you're like Tommy Robinson and you're walking, and the guy he was with, and we'll show the video, and they're like 3 million. And it's not exact, doesn't measure out to 3 million, if you know what I mean. Then that's a little embarrassing. So I would just rather go with the actual number, which is something very worthwhile, I must admit. And I would just go with the actual number and leave it at that. So let's say it's 100,000. Let's say it's 110,000. That is exciting. There is so much opportunity there. But why is it happening? Why is there this frenetic energy in the white population? Well, we'll be talking about that. What can we do in the Church of the West, the House of Swash? How can we make a difference? Well, we're doing some magical things here. The swashing of our captains it just is amazing, the work that they do. Tommy Robinson himself and others giving likes, Connor giving likes to comments. Anti-Vilification League, for example, going to be celebrating him today. And by the way, we have like over 60 maybe victories. It is an enormous week in service to white well-being, just an enormous week in service to white well-being. We can influence that as we are improving our own lives, as we are becoming better versions of ourselves, which you can never know until you treat yourself for the poisonous anti-white ideas that are roaming around in your brains. London protest. Musk comes in and they say, boy, he's disgusting. Elon Musk's speech at a march organized by Tommy Robinson, in which he told attendees to, quote, either fight back or you die. Now, of course, Musk is a very interesting character, and we here never get it wrong, unlike Lil Nicky and the Fuentesians, the boy crushers. We never get it wrong. We never say Trump is the savior, and then Trump is part of this little tech cabal undermining the right wing in Eastern Europe. We don't have to go back and forth because we like or dislike people based on what they just said and did for white well-being. It's that simple. If they do something that is anti-white, they say something that is anti-white, we dislike them. If they say something that is white positive or do something that is white positive, we like them. That's how you prevent one of the biggest problems that we have and have always had when it comes to leaders and organizations, and that is those individuals and those entities being co-opted from behind by state actors, by the wealthy, by conglomerations, by etc., by conspiracies, to turn those things to something that benefits them within just the patina of what was there before. This is the genius level way of preventing that from happening. We don't have tens, hundreds of millions. We aren't decacentimillionaires. Nobody here is a billionaire. We don't have any of that yet. So what can we do as the population? Well, your hierarchy has provided you with the answers. And so when it comes to Elon Musk, we like him when he does something white positive or says something white positive. We dislike him when he does the antithesis. But here he says, you either fight back or you die. What does that exactly mean? Who knows? We don't hero hope here. That's one of our meme curatives. No hero hoping. We're not going to try to divine what maybe he means here. All that matters is that he said something here that can, by way of the way that we pitch our sail, move us to closer toward white well-being. How do you like that metaphor? You know, a sailboat, how often is the wind directly behind you? Not very often. It's normally coming from some weird angle. In fact, you can tack forward with the wind almost directly against you. Has been denounced, he has, as inappropriate and disgusting. It was inappropriate and disgusting of Elon Musk. The ex-owner claimed a dissolution of parliament and a change of government is needed in the UK when he appeared via video link at the huge march on Saturday in London. Well, of course, we see something like this, and so often we see people who really don't deserve to have the audience of a billionaire, the richest billionaire. Of course, that's the monopoly money. But on planet Earth, somebody like Tommy Robinson, not a huge fan. A lot of anti-whiteism there. Although, if in the next hour he says something white positive or decides he's going to go in a white positive direction, he says, I'm not going to go to Israel anymore. I'm worried about white people. Then we'll like him. And that's how easy this works. The speech has sparked criticism, including from business secretary Peter Kyle, who said that, are there really anybody with that name anymore? Hey, was this the Pete that was at the brothel at the beginning of our gathering, who said the comments were, quote, slightly incomprehensible and totally inappropriate? Well, what happened just the other day in London? What happened when they went out there and marched 110, we'll say 110, 150,000? What happened when they went out? Why were they there? That's the big question. Why do you think they were there? What's motivating these white people? Have you seen some of the videos of the kinds of things that they shared? The average white person in the crowd. What about the Achilles heels in this endeavor? How might this be undermined? How might this already be positioned to fail moving forward? That's where we come in, because we can correct that in this community. We have the concepts to manumit the thinking and intelligence of the white race in a way that they don't have to have supreme memories and have to learn all about history and have to get into every little, what is the philosophical underpinnings of why we have this form? Magna Carta, a Magna Carta. Nobody has to do that. You can be a beer swilling, hammer swinging person and learn at least half of the 6 key concepts and use them in your world and change yourself, improve everyone's lives that you touch. So they came out there and they marched and they had the Union Jack and they had the St. George's flag. God, it was gorgeous. It was so beautiful. It was almost totally pristine. I mean, because the weaknesses that are sewn into this are, of course, undermining and staining how pristine this could actually be. But it says here between 110,000, and this is the Independent, between 110 and 150,000 protesters were estimated to have joined the Unite the Kingdom rally. Well, the Metropolitan Police said around 5,000 people were at an anti-racist. You know, that word is not a real word. It's a weaponized concept to destroy the white race. You cannot co-opt it. You cannot use it. And if you ever want to have a conversation about it, I'll happily have a conversation. Invite me over on your channel. Invite me over. I've invited you into my home, and thank you for everybody for coming over. Invite me over. We'll have a conversation. I'll come on your space. We'll talk about it. We'll find out why you're wrong. So 5,000 of anti-white counter-protesters organized by Stand Up to Racism, with over 1,000 officers deployed in a bid to prevent clashes. I gotta say, I abhor violence, of course. You know, I would never want that. And so I read about police officers being hurt, but were they really hurt? I mean, look at what happened on Patriots Day. How many did they select? Like 107 died on Patriots Day, police officers. What are they up to now? No police officers got hurt, at least as far as my reading. And all of these had a heart attack and he died and all of this other thing. They're all being reeled back one after the other. So what's the actual number? Do the research yourself. So did any police officers actually get hurt? But I can imagine that some did get some scrapes and bruises and bumps and maybe even some more severe injuries when these garbage anti-white law enforcement officers decided they were going to block the protesters, the Unite the Kingdom protesters, and they just, by the weight of their body, went through and they said, no, not today, anti-white, not today. And I noticed, I was like, why are there so many little girls in the police department in London? And then I was like, oh, well, half of the ones I think are little girls are actually little girls with male genitalia. I mean, what can I say? The white race has just really fallen far from, let's say, the tree of our ancestors. Take a look at my mug here. This is Moose's for you. The force said 25 people have been arrested so far after 26 officers were injured, including 4 who were seriously hurt. Is that the end of it? Yeah, I guess this is just updates here. Let's jump over to this really quickly. Here you have Tommy. And who is this guy on Tommy's left, our right, as we're looking at it? He's surrounded by this motley witches cauldron of ideas and personalities. And so much of the time, you have the general population. They end up endorsing reprobates. They end up endorsing people that they feel at ease with because they know that those people are dumber than them. They know that those people are more criminal or less moral, and so they can feel superior, and they feel like, well, he's just like an old rocking chair. I can sit, it squeaks, and it makes my back hurt, and it's annoying as all, but it's an old rocking chair, I know. But who is this guy? Tag me as No White Guilt if you have his name. Anyhow, let's see. This is somewhere during the March.
It's 3 million of us. 3 million. Coming.
There he is, 3 million.
It's 3 million. There you go.
0. Millions. I'm sorry, I just can't. I find it so funny. Guys with their measurements. You know, it's so funny. Girls are the other direction. You know, their bust is bigger than their waist is narrower. I guess that's right. You get closer and the waist is narrow, or their body count is lower than it actually is. Maybe that's a better way to put it. But guys in their measurements, 3 million. 3.
I got it. 0.
All right. Here's part of the clash that we witnessed. I love the energy. I love this. It's frenetic. That's really the word of the day, my friends. The word of the day is frenetic. Yeah, I should actually, ahead of time, put that the definition so that I can pop it up on the screen if I'm going to have a word of the day. I didn't really know that was going to, but it is frenetic, and this is what I was thinking about. This energy and so much of what we're seeing across the West. Indeed, this ties intimately into the response to the Kirk assassination. The frenetic energy in the population. What is it born of? What is it born of? What are the weaknesses of frenetic energy? Boy, there are a lot. Jason is, boy, just look at, he's once, it says the Muppets, he's once again, he's poo-pooing. I always hate it. He's poo-pooing on our could he get 150,000 people? He's poo-pooing and this poo-pooing the work that we're doing. Shut up. I'm trying to take it to the recapture of our destiny. That's all. Are you intelligent enough to be able to comprehend reason, logic, and be able to observe and make some conclusions based on observation, based on what's demonstrable? But I got to say, I love this. I got to say, there's this. I did not know anything about the. Well, that's not entirely true. I started. I was participating in an entity so many years ago. Of course, everybody will remember the BNP in the UK. Well, there was an entity called the Friends of the BNP. People are like, well, how do we know that you were ever in any of this? How do we know you didn't just sign up from, and you're in the basement of the CIA building, and you didn't just sign up and start doing that? Well, I was a member of the BNP. And there were meetings where at a Asian restaurant that I hated in Alexandria, Virginia, right outside of Washington, D.C. I hated it. They would have speakers, some fairly interesting speakers from time to time. But of course, the idea was to raise money for the British National Party. And we did hear about how those police officers in the UK were really a reprehensible crew. But I was always, because we have bad cops, obviously, in the United States, all the way across the West. So I said, well, I'm sure there are really bad anti-white garbage, and there are some good ones as well. But all these years later, are there any good ones? How they have some system in the UK where they just weed out every good man and woman who should be behind a desk. They weed them out in a heartbeat. I never find why isn't there ever a police officer that shows up at somebody's door for what they tweeted, and the guy's like, hey, sorry, I got to bother you for this BS, but I got to come here and ask you about this tweet. You have anything to say? No? Okay, have a nice day. And then just walk away. Why doesn't that happen? We are the good ones. Why doesn't that ever happen? I never hear those stories from the United Kingdom. Maybe they happen, but it's so rare, you never hear about it. So these lads, as we like to call them in the UK, pushing through and to say, no, not today, you cancerous anti-white, not today. But of course, always obey law enforcement. That's my personal position. Sorry. They're about to break through. You're going to hear the police yelling on the ground or whatever. Not going to work. Make sure, though, if you have not given a like to the Rumble stream, make sure that you give it a like. We don't know yet whether or not it'll make no difference on Rumble. So make sure that you give it a like on Rumble. Remember, people determine the value of something, regrettably, based on how many people are there, how much conversation there is, how many likes there are on the video. They're too dumb. They're too dumb to say, I'm going to assess these claims and determine whether. No, they don't do that. if people evaluated claims intelligently, to whatever capability they have, these Pfizer, these drug commercials wouldn't have a bunch of people like dancing around. And it's like they're talking about, changing your eyelash color. And there's like 50 people just dancing in a field. And while the 50 people are dancing in a field, that's giving you, look at everybody, so many people like this, and they're all excited about it. While they're showing you that, this is here in America, they're reading like a list of 300 things that's awful that will happen to you if you use the product. And still people are like, I'm buying that, especially the females. Yes. Show blindness. Okay, I'm taking it. Oh, change my eye color. Yes. Sign me up for that one. Oh, retinal cancer. I want some of that. Can I get some of that? Oh, permanent blindness. Sure. I'll run the gauntlet. Look at all the people dancing. Oh, look, they're about to break through. Oh, it's happening. It's happening. Oh, my God. It's a melee. It's a Donnybrook. It's a Donnybrook. Is that word used in the UK? It's a Donnybrook. Their sticks are out. Cops are down. Their sticks are out. Wait a second. Maybe they should have kept their sticks in their pants.
Here we go. They're coming down, guys.
They're yes, love that. Here's some more. Christian revolution is now. It is now. I can't tell. I think that's Charlie Kirk on the picture. What an interesting costume. I'm not a big fan of taking the national flag and making it into a suit. I think that's really just, we have people in the Southland who will put the Confederate flag on clothing, and I just think it's totally inappropriate.
Christ is king! 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 Christ is king!
Now, of course, this video, and I wanted to share that so that you can see nothing is believable on the internet anymore. I mean, how many people, whatever happened to, what was the other guy's name? Valadez, like the tanker, Valdez. Is that what it was? That was years ago. Remember that guy? I mean, they had full spectrum evidence that he was the murderer of Charlie Kirk. He wrote a song, Dead at 31, and all of this. And that was all just people lying. That was all people just making shit up. So you focus on the reality. And I shared with this community to really demarcate the end of the internet being believable as January 1, 2025. It was already, and we talked about it many times, in a bad state for years running up. Nothing like it was originally with the peer-to-peer communication. I mean, 1998, Frank Weltner's Jew Watch was #1 for years on Google. When you typed in anything, Jewish holidays, Jewish people, where did Jewish people come from? Anything you typed in to Google, #1 was Frank Weltner's Jew Watch. And it was that way for years. Nowadays, you can't communicate over the internet everything. We have to be the most cynical people. The white race that survives this bottleneck are going to be, certainly the leadership is going to be the most cynical white people that have ever lived. And that's how we have to move forward. That's one of the problems with this race. is this gullibility of ours, the ability, this willingness almost to be duped. And that's really what the word gullible really means, although it's colloquially, it's used too broadly. But this is actually a march in Warsaw. According to the other video. But I've seen videos patched together now to make it look like there was a continuation of the Unite the Kingdom. And you can clearly see one of the marches was in Belgrade that they added. So you got to be mindful. Here we're going to get into some of the Achilles heel. But we have here the Kingdom Rally will pay a price, minister says. Up to 150,000 people march in London. Is there video for this or no? Probably give me some wretched commercial.
As the Lloyd Law offices, we are here for you. Contact us today.
A bit of chaos as well, because there are a lot of people here.
Because we don't want fascists and racists in our marching on our streets. It's disgusting.
Come on, United Kingdom, let's get together and just get our...
Let's get together. Let's get together and destroy the racists.
rights back and fight for what we deserve.
It's the first sign of any confrontation.
I bet you didn't think I could do that old British woman's voice.
Come here to the start of the
Shame
Unite
on you.
the Kingdom rally. This is looking like a really big protest already. We started in Blackfriars, went over the bridge, and there are lots and lots of people. You can see this is the back of the queue for the start of the march. Lots of flags. We've seen people in Crusader outfits carrying Christian crosses.
Crusader outfits? Oh, boy.
As well. This is a free speech rally. That's why it's being organized today, but it's also according to its...
I guess there can be a cool version of a Crusader outfit for sure, but I'm guessing it was more like the guy walking down the street in the Union Jack suit.
Organizer Tommy Robinson, the anti-Islam activist, talking about protecting British heritage and protecting British culture. Now, he's urged people to be peaceful. This should be a family day out. There is a heavy police presence too, but this is just the start of it. There are going to be a lot of people here today.
I love seeing our flags. I don't care what Western country it is. I love it.
Making their way
They're beautiful.
through central London. So, I mean, I'm at the other end, the rival protest, if you like, stand up to racism.
You never guess, would you? You'd never guess this was the rival, the anti-whites, would you? I mean, immediately they pop over there and it's some like hideous, slovenly dressed, drug-addled losers.
There are a couple of hundred people gathering here.
They look like they just came from making some sort of like toadstool witch's brew that they consume and they poison each other with.
Already the protesters aren't expected.
Oh, where is Hansel and Gretel?
Or aren't planning to move off for another hour or so. So the numbers here.
Maybe that was meant to teach us about not letting our children get near these sickos, these anti-white sickos. Holy crap. New view.
Are going to be rather smaller. And I think that will be the pattern as the day goes on.
Refugees are welcome here.
Come to the front of the rally. It hasn't started yet, but it is just a sea of flags.
Oh my God, yes.
Over here, you can
yes.
see them all different sorts.
Yes.
Some of them with Christian messages.
Look at
Jesus
that.
is Lord. Another over there saying, send them home.
Isn't that ugly building in London? So many handsome structures. And then there's this one that looks literally the shape of a turd. It's not brown like a turd, but they might as well paint it up like one.
I think that captures what it is about this rally. It means different things to different people.
Come on, United Kingdom, let's get together and just get our rights back and fight for what we deserve.
Just to stand up for what we believe in. Yeah. We're losing identity of our country, and somebody needs to stand up and fight for it.
Listen to what they are saying. This is critically important for this community and for white people who want to make a difference, to understand why these white folks are marching out there, why they turned up. It's just like that march we saw in Australia. None of the people that were impromptu interviews, recited verse for verse what the organizers, leaders were arguing.
Now, obviously, there's a lot of people who think the same.
Many workplaces around this country have got immigrants, and they come in properly, but illegal immigration, 1,000 a day. Even if it's 100 a day, that's still...
So there you have the conservative view. Willing to be white erased as long as it's legal. But what are you seeing? Are you seeing in their answers and hearing the angst that is born out of white erasure? Ladies and gentlemen, members of the Church of the West, tap into, give them the concepts with, they can articulate and effectuate change driven by the angst of white erasure. Do not go to them and tell them it's white genocide. That won't work. Do not go to them and say negative things about Muslim leadership, Islam, Jews behind it, a conspiracy of the two. Tap into what actually is motivating the frenetic energy. Give it the tools with which to achieve its objectives, to arrest the white erasure, not get rid of Arabs, not get rid of Jews, not any of these other things.
Still too many.
Imagine the power of empowering this angst in the body of Western kind across Western civilization. Imagine that. And here we are, the Church of the West. We are the only ones that can do this. And all those who join us, we are the cabal that has the knowledge and the tools that demonstrate success, that can liberate Western man from anti-whiteism.
I'm here to fight for my grandchildren and make sure that our streets are safe for them in the future, you know?
Did you hear that? Did you hear that? How right has your hierarch been all along? How right have I been? When you have 150,000 people show up, when you in London, when you have however many thousands showed up in Australia, and they interview these people, it's without the words white erasure and without the consequences of white erasure of ourselves physically from our environment, white erasure of our norms and policing and our notions of justice. Without those concepts, you hear them say exactly what those concepts could empower. They're not saying we got to get rid of the Jews. They're not saying we got to get rid of the blacks. We're not saying they got to get rid of the Arabs. This is a personal fear about a changing environment, angst driving frenetic energy. Be there for them, to give them the tools that can empower them now. What do they end up doing? Otherwise, they get out there in the streets, and more often than not, because blaming everything on non-white people is so socially immoral, they're going to share, rather than those viewpoints, they're going to share the conservative abstractionist viewpoints, which you just heard from the one gentleman there. Well, if they come in legally, if my neighborhood is transformed legally, well, then I'll be fine with it. If my neighborhood begins to look like, feel like, same crime rate, same everything as Lebanon or Iran or India, but they've done it legally, then I'll be happy. He's lying. He's not going to be happy with that outcome. He is uncomfortable biospiritually in these non-white biospiritual, not one is better than the other. It just causes discord. It just causes disharmony. He is uncomfortable because that's natural, just as they are uncomfortable in our environments. Imagine getting these concepts to these moral, ordinary white folk in their tens to hundreds of millions of people. God in heaven, we have been here all along. We have been the liberators all along. And may God strike down those who continue to inhibit and undermine us. May God reward those who abet and aid us in bringing this healing balm to the white race.
Right now, making our way down across London, there's a lot of enthusiasm and a bit of chaos as well, because there are a lot of people here. Move their way down. There's a lot of police too. Over there, you can see some more people going. This is a big old crowd making its way through the streets of London.
We're obviously at the quieter end of today's protest here, although it's got very noisy.
What they say, 5,000 of the anti-whites? It's probably more like 700.
Easy in the last hour, and a lot more
If
people
that.
have turned up. And the expectation was that there might
The expectation is that they're going to begin to use drugs.
be 5,000 people joining this counter-protest.
Oh, so that was the
Stand
expected
Up to
number.
Racism.
So in other words, that was the number the media had decided upon.
Everyone we've spoken to is very keen to say they wouldn't agree with the characterization of the
St. Andrew's Cross there too, looking beautiful.
stand up to racists. They would say they're not far right, they're not racist, they are patriotic, and the main topic, people talking.
Now, do you hear that? The people are saying they're not racist, of course, in quotes, because the social morality is that racism is the most evil thing that you can do. So why not empower this population with a way to respond to such a question, to such a charge?
About free speech a lot of the time, people talking about Charlie Kirk, but we've also heard a lot about anti-illegal immigration. A lot of people saying they don't mind migration, but they're anti-illegal.
You see that they don't mind migration. They do mind migration. They just don't have the words to object to it morally.
Legal migration, especially when it comes to things like boats crossing the channel. So what's happened now is that we've come all the way down there. Tommy Robinson and his sort of throng that is down there. We're now by the Cenotaph here in central London. There's a giant screen over this way. I'll see if we can just show you around it. That's where there's going to be speeches on this theme of free speech. Now, the idea is this
Look at
finishes
that.
by 6 p.m. That's when the dispersal order comes into effect.
What bridge is that for
Away
those
from
who
the stand up to racism, that
are in the
counter-protest,
UK?
much smaller protest out there, because this really does stretch back tens of thousands of people, probably the most out of any Tommy Robinson rally that I've carried. You can hear the chants behind me.
Can you tell me why
These are the females of anti-whiteism.
it's important for you to be here today?
Is that what it is? Or no?
Because we don't want fascists and racists marching on our streets.
We don't want the racists, in quotes, marching on our streets. So if they're going to call our people racist, we call them anti-white. We don't want the anti-whites marching on our streets. The anti-whites murder innocent speakers. The anti-whites call for the murder of everybody who is heretical to anti-whiteism. We don't want them on our streets.
I think there is
You're welcome.
an anti-racist majority in this country. I think if you look at the riots last summer, which Robinson instigated, I think we outnumbered them, we came out and we stopped them happening.
I'm a big believer
In drug use.
equality. Tommy Robinson is a racist and a thug.
It's the first sign of any confrontation. But for the last 2 hours, the police have been trying to keep the two sides apart. Momentarily, here it failed. There are stand up to racism protesters caught in the middle of Whitehall. And that's really because of the huge numbers of Unite the Kingdom protesters who turned up, far more than the police anticipated, which meant that not all of them could get into their designated area at the West End of Whitehall. So they effectively seem to have dispersed along the riverbank and then come up towards Trafalgar Square and in a way got behind.
So this is the other end of the march here on
I love
Parliament
it.
Square. Some of them dispersing, some still going in. You can hear the cheers of the speakers.
No, I got an idea, Jason. Hey, well, rather than give them the tools that can liberate and empower what they feel naturally, what they feel biospiritually, what is organic for our, rather than that, let's wipe out their brains. Let's rewrite history for them. Let's make them think that the painter was wonderful. I mean, do you really see how absolutely stupid that is? May God bring great misfortune to everybody who stands in our way. Our cause is noble, it is just, it is moral. We have every right to the lands that our people established. We have every right to inherit. Just as we have a right to pass on what we have earned and created to our offspring. Every single right. And when you morally can make that argument, as we do here, you could engender 150,000 every week in a city every single week across our countries. Imagine the yellow vest marches that there were in France. Imagine all of these different marches that in their blinkered or even blindfolded ways, this frenetic energy of the white race, getting out into the streets, hobbled with ideologies and notions and interpretations that undermine the actual energy so that it dissipates and they end up at home and you have more incremental march toward anti-white oblivion for Western civilization. Fournel, March of Abstractions. There's the great Fournel. He's so right. So let's take a look here. The great Tree Godfather tweeting this. The great savior of white England, Haka and Curry. Yeah, that's exactly what I think of when I think of England. What an anti-white shit show. Yeah, exactly. So let's have a look at the videos.
Get out of my country, man.
I don't think I can make that any larger. There it is.
Get out of my country, man. Let me get that. Let me grab that Indian street food.
So these are this guy's got a St. George's flag on it, tied around him, pinned around him, and he's out there buying the food from the non-white vendors. And he's being ridiculed by this non-white who's obviously also anti-white. We know he's anti-white because he wouldn't ridicule this guy. But he's being ridiculed because he's out there buying from the people that are supplanting our people. Bring a snack. Go hungry for the day. This speaks to the mindset. Do you think if Jews were having a march, and they just had a gigantic march in Israel, I saw on the news. But if they were having a march in one of our countries, do you think they would go and buy food and drink from a Muslim vendor? No, because they have integrity. Because they have a people, because they have an identity, because they are there for their people. These folks, the vast majority, regrettably, because they don't have our concepts, are there for abstractions. And when you're there for abstractions, then you're just another individual, another seed blowing in the wind, buying food from the people who are the white erasure is perfectly acceptable. It's perfectly understood. Makes sense. Why not? Why not go have their falafel? Why not go eat whatever garbage they're feeding you? Because you're there, or you just don't want the illegal immigration, or you just want illegal immigration stopped and legal immigration dialed back a little bit so that we can all assimilate and be identical, which is not even possible. And hasn't history proven that to you? The conservative abstractionizing fits in perfectly with the work that Tommy Robinson does, a work that is facilitated not by white people, but by Jews who are nervous about all the Arabs and the changing demographics of the UK. So it's not a bunch of white people who are concerned about white people. Sad. Tommy Robinson invited the Maori from New Zealand, these non-white people, to come out and get on the stage. You saw the news about this earlier, that he said, well, if they just have to increase the size of the stage for them, then that's what they've got to do. So we can have them here because they're one and the same as us. And to come out there and do this hideous, third worldish looking, I'm sure it's wonderful, though. It's brilliant. It's better than anything that I'm sure I could ever do. But I find the dance and the shouting and the slapping of the chest to just be grotesque. It really is. And I think that's what they try to achieve with it. So they get up on the stage and they do the hideous chant. And then they tear up some Islamic flag. And what else do they tear up then? They tear up an Islamic flag and something else. Let's see.
Rip it up, boys! It's not done!
Oh, then what is that? The Palestinian flag? They tear that up too.
The Palestinian religion of lies! The Palestinian religion of lies and corruption! In the name of Jesus, we finish your power in our nation!
Do you see what's really despicable here? And we could talk so long about these kinds of things. But you have a race of people, the white race, who don't have a people because they won't listen to me, because they won't listen to us, because they're hard-headed, because they're intractable, because they're stubborn, because they would rather sit in audience of some content creator that's dumber or prosecutes a case against their favorite scapegoat better than they can. So you have a white race that doesn't have a people. So how is the white race situated in a world where you have a race of people that are selfish individualists relative to races and groups of man that have at least a percentage of each group that operates as a people? Well, the white race, they're just mercenaries. They're just pawns. You have Jews who are upset with the demographic change in the UK because they're not enjoying the long sight of where they see it going. I don't imagine. I know we'd hear the news if they were being victimized on a regular basis, but they see where it's going and what will end up happening to them, or what could end up happening to them in an Islamic United Kingdom. That's what will happen to the UK if the white race doesn't recapture our destiny, decide they're going to operate as a people. So what you have is a white race that is vitiated, selfish individualists, don't recognize itself as a people, don't operate as a people. And we can talk about what it means to operate as a people. What exactly is the substance of that? And they're then, as a consequence, just mercenaries. They're just used by the percentages of other groups of people who operate as a people. So here they are being used against Arabs, Islam, by Jews, not for the good of white people. And this is the kind of thing that somebody like myself and the others who come into this community, so many of us, so highly intelligent, courageous, honest, etc. We look at this and we can see the frenetic energy of our brothers and sisters out in the streets, and that's great, but we see the poison pill inside of it all. We see that we're just being used by other forces, and we see the remedy to the that exploitation by other forces. So we offer that freely to our brothers and sisters. And if you would like to become a part of that, do. Start participating in this community. Come to these streams every Sunday at 5 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time on Wednesdays. You can get the Go Free manual, and I made it extremely affordable. You can get it in an audiobook, although that excludes the appendices. You can get it in digital. You can get it in print. You can get it directly from me with a signature, but you've got to get started. Or we're just going to keep ending up being used as pawns of groups of man. Just because you all wave the same flag doesn't mean you're a people. Just because you all have the same accent or enjoy the same breakfast doesn't make you a people. Peoplehood is fundamentally individual well-being by way of group well-being. And we have the concepts that achieve that. So there you have this multiracial endeavor here to push back on Arabs and Islam. And I guess there are in Islam, there are more than just Arabs, but Arabs and Islam principally in the United Kingdom. Like, why would these people care about Palestine? And it's so obviously fraudulent. It's so obviously counterfeit and counterproductive for the white race. Sickening. Tag me as No White Guilt with your thoughts. I think I've already said hello in the live chats everywhere. Let's take a look at what this mother and her little daughter have to say. We'll be moving on from this story in a moment.
So what brings you here today? To support my country.
I love this little girl and her mom. She's so, at least to my Southerner interpretation, it's so like quintessentially British.
Yeah, sorry mate.
Yeah, because I think England should be great again.
I love it.
Yeah.
I would like to know where Dad is, though. I hope Dad's not out of the picture. I hope Dad is at work.
Ruined. We're losing all our ruined. We're losing all what is England. It's all going.
We're losing England. It's all going. What does she mean by that? Now, if she hasn't been brainwashed into schmuckery, into hating non-whites, if she hasn't been brainwashed in, she's talking about our bio-spiritual expression. Wouldn't that be beautiful if she were empowered with that concept and she knew where that was coming from? Not chance that you defend because it has just been defended for so long, but our physical manifestation, our bio-spiritual manifestation in the world. Isn't that more valuable than just, we have these traditions, and so I'm going to defend the traditions. This is just the way we've been doing it. How is that a weak argument? Is that a weak argument? Yes. That's an argument that's been defeated and regularly defeated by anti-whites, because they come in and they say, well, just because it's always been that way, every tradition isn't perfect. Can a tradition be improved upon? Could a tradition even be harmful? Shouldn't all traditions be reevaluated to see whether they are beneficial or harmful, salubrious or deleterious, pernicious? Shouldn't they be evaluated? And the vast white majority will say, the midwits, they'll be like, well, maybe. And given that times are never static and they're always shifting, shouldn't we reevaluate for that purpose everything anyhow? And it never lands on these poor white folks, our brothers and sisters out there, that the anti-white traditions are never reevaluated. They never come back and say, well, now we've accomplished this here or there of anti-whiteism, and it's been in place for 50, 100 years. Let's reevaluate. No. Now that's permanent. So wouldn't it be wonderful if this white woman and her lovely little white daughter, so like quintessentially English, get them some tea and scones? Wouldn't it be wonderful if instead of defending dead, static traditions, she knew that she was defending our spirit manifest in the world? God in heaven, let them hear my voice. God in heaven, let them hear the voices of those who have come to white well-being and are so brilliantly now articulating. Touch all their souls so that they can hear this. The ingenuity, the intelligence, the endurance, the tenacity that would manifest in the white race once we understand that our creation, our London, our United Kingdom is not a chance of history. That's a tradition, a set of traditions that we defend. But our spirit indeed made manifest by us in the world. Time for everybody to start listening.
Need to restore Big Britain once again. We should all come together. Come together and unite as one and stand up for what's right. And because poor Charlie Kirk got killed and it's not.
Stand up for what's right. This is what the 150,000 are saying.
For freedom of speech and everyone's got a right to say what they believe in.
So she's talking about freedom of speech. She wants to be able to articulate her angst about white erasure.
And he believed in Jesus, and that's true. Okay. God's true. What's this for?
Vox Populi.
Okay, perfect.
Love it. All right, we'll be getting into Charlie Kirk. I want to take a look at what you all had to say about this, and also just take a quick look at my notes if there was anything. I did want to mention that before we moved on that the reason why, and this is another important aspect to understand, the reason why we see cuckservatism, why there, you can go to Australia, the reason why, for example, in that march there of our brothers and sisters filled with angst over white erasure, you'll see people at the top who are schmucks or who organized the march and recruited people to come out, is not because cuckservatism or schmuckery created those changed minds. It's not because their arguments brought those people into the streets. Those people, the cucks and the schmucks, and obviously it's much more often going to be cucks, are at the top because they're the de facto in place and ready to receive the angst of the white population. So they didn't make those marches. They didn't make the sentiment. They didn't argue these people into some rational or logical act against our victimization. They didn't use reason, logic, and evidence to persuade them to get into the streets. Am I making myself clear over this? They're just in place. They already exist. They can schedule a march, and if they don't use verbiage that's going to run off the average white person in the scheduling and in the pamphleting of the march, the advertising of the march, then white people who will have no or little contact with them, or maybe even disagreement with them, might decide, because of the angst over the white erasure and the consequences of it, things like loss of freedom of speech, being jailed for your opinions in Australia and the United Kingdom, they might get out into the streets with their own views that when they're interviewed, like this white woman and her daughter and others that we looked at, they're ready to share with you. It's the right thing to do, to come together so that we can have freedom of speech, so that we can keep England. We can keep England. And what, of course, we know what that means. So the folks at the top, never misconstrue, never misunderstand. Just because you have, and you could bring it here to the United States with Lil Nicky, for example. Just because you have someone that organizes a rally or has a podcast or what have you, and many people show up to it, doesn't mean that they were the cause of the transformation or the persuasion in those people. It's just that they were there. Never confuse this, because they'll tell you readily that it's their arguments, that it's their persuasion, that it's their ideology that is causing all of these white masses to turn out. But it couldn't be farther from the truth. That's like claiming that you own a car dealership, you sell automobiles, and you make people buy cars because you own a dealership. No, people have decided that they need a vehicle. And they come to you because you are established. You're selling vehicles. So this is a big point that should never be missed, ever be missed. Never forget this. Talk about it to yourself. Talk about it to your family members. Charlie Kirk and all of the people coming out, as we are segueing beautifully into the news about Kirk, they're not all coming out because Charlie Kirk changed their minds. They're not showing up and joining because Charlie Kirk Indeed, they've had something like 1,800 requests to start TPUSA chapters because of the assassination of Kirk, not because he persuaded them with his arguments, not because his arguments even made sense. It's that TPUSA exists. It's a dealership. They see the hideousness of anti-whiteism manifest through this grisly murder, this grisly assassination, and they have angst over it. So they want to show up and participate to push back against it. It's not their art. What does that mean? It's not Charlie Kirk's arguments. It's not, and now granted, some people will show up because of things that Charlie Kirk said. The vast majority, that's not the case. It's not because of the conservatism in the UK. It's not because of the schmuckery in Australia that we saw the other day. The populations are coming out because of the anxiety of white erasure. So what does it mean, to take it one step further, if they didn't persuade these people by their arguments, they also can't protect them with their arguments. Unite the Kingdom is ripe to be undermined. The Australia March, ripe to be undermined. TPUSA, ripe to be undermined. The ideology, the concepts, the arguments are not empowering the participants. They are the same arguments, the same ideologies that led to the current degeneracy of the West. The same arguments and ideologies that have failed for generations. And they can do nothing than continue to fail, even with this much energy, frenetic energy coming out of the white race, this bubbling fear coming out of the white race. They can do nothing but hinder it. They could do nothing but muzzle it. The Unite the Right rally, Charlie Kirk, TPUSA, the march in Australia, they're all ripe for sectarianizing. Anti-whites, devious anti-whites could very easily divvy this up. They could very easily undermine so much by just having politicians continue to dog whistle. Yes, maybe even have an actual policy or two that go into effect that will keep the vast majority home, and they'll stay home because it wasn't conservative arguments. It wasn't schmuck arguments. It wasn't arguments about Jesus Christ that got them into the streets in the first place. As soon as these devious anti-whites get to a point where they say their angst is too great, and as a consequence of the angst, there's too much frenetic energy, they'll throw you a bone, and those people will stay home. That's how this works. On the other side, if they were empowered by these concepts that we teach in the Go Free Dialogic, a bone wouldn't be enough, because the population would be saying no more anti-whiteism. Abridgments of freedom of speech, anti-white. Mass immigration, anti-white. Legal or illegal, anti-white. Imagine devious anti-whites in the leadership of anti-whiteism and at every rank wherever they exist, trying to find a way around a white population, saying we have our eyes on anything that could be anti-white, any hint of anti-whiteism, and we're gonna show up again. Imagine trying to find your way out of that box, out of that cell, out of that coffin. There's no escaping it. You're welcome, Western kind. Say hello to the moose. What should we name the moose? He has run headlong through my mug. If you have a name for the moose, tag me as No White Guilt. I'm looking for your comments now and throughout the totality. Stumbling says he had a big victory today, and the link for it is on Entropy. Damn, man, I'll be checking that out. Well done. Big swasher over here. Seamus says, anyone with the Go Free method learned well cannot be undermined. And all they have to do is pass on the concepts that defend those of our people who pick up on it. God bless you for that, brother. Great testimonial. The great Fornull in here again. A march for vague notions. Ah, well played, good sir. Well played. Seamus says, name the moose the dunk. That's one of the options now, folks. If you have an option, let me know. The dunk. Tag me as No White Guilt across the many platforms that we are on. Not on YouTube today, but this will go up on YouTube Tuesday night. Stumbling said of the guy that was saying 3 million, I think he is a Polish or a Hungarian politician. Oh, you know what? I think you're right. I knew I recognized his face. Is he Polish? Yes. Yes, you're right. It's one or the other. Janitor of White Noir making a great point. The interviewees, like the 1,000 others there, want to succeed morally. They want to succeed morally, without question. The white race needs a moral matrix to act. And that those actions can take various forms, but they need a moral matrix. Another point that I've been arguing for decades and being roundly ignored by people that God himself is going to undermine. All right, let's get into, if you have anything you would like to talk about, @no-white-guilt, @no-white-guilt. Hello to anybody and everybody over there on D Live and anybody and everybody over here on Odyssey. Winged says, freedom! I love it. Okay, Charlie Kirk's alleged assassin, Tyler Robinson, lived with transgender partner. A source said, I wonder if there's any video here. This is Erica Kirk, his wife, and if you haven't seen this, check it out when we are wrapped up here today. I mean, unbelievable that she was able to get up and at a podium, at a lectern rather, and speak about TPUSA and her husband, Charlie Kirk, just assassinated. Parts of it that were very tough to watch. But she was, as I understand, and I'm open to being corrected, but extremely supportive of Charlie Kirk and his work. And it shows, because every man who has failed has a woman behind him that, to one degree or another, is the cause of the failure. And you have heard, it was an old saying, colloquialism, that every great man has a great woman behind him. And that's true. God meant, nature meant for us to function together as a team. And so many and many heroic and wonderful men throughout time have talked about the support of their wives or partners. And so you can see in her determination, I think, the kind of warmth and encouragement and inspiration that she gave to Charlie. You can imagine there are always going to be setbacks. A big donor pulls out here. A big donor there might pull out, this school cancel here or that school cancel there on his tours. Interviews being canceled. And of course, he had an immense amount of luck. That's another subject. But without question, she could not have been pulling him down. At a bare minimum, she couldn't have been hampering him, making it harder for him to do his work, making it harder. No, it's just not possible. He could not have achieved all that he achieved. So, a rare find. You could hear what I was saying about it, but this is good because I'll be able to rewind it. All right.
Everyone listening tonight across America, the movement my husband built will not die. It won't. I refuse to let that happen. It will not die. All of us will refuse to let that happen. No one will ever forget my husband's name, and I will make sure of it.
Man, that's inspiring. No wonder so many people are inspired by her and her determination.
It will become stronger, bolder, louder, and greater than ever. My husband's mission will not end, not even for a moment.
Amazing. What a lucky guy. I mean, this guy was lucky in so many ways. He called himself blessed all the time. Wow.
And one of Charlie's greatest talents was his ability, this phenomenal ability to choose great people to follow him. He could always find...
You know, it's kind of like yours truly. Only the good stay. The garbage, they show up. They're not interested. They don't like the idea of self-improvement, of actually saving our people, and they move on. They don't like that their favorite scapegoat that makes them feel better about themselves is not having a case prosecuted against them. They move on. They show up and they don't hear the abstractions. They hear talk about white people objecting to our victimization based on our birth, and they move on.
The ones who could handle any setback. And it's almost like he knew. He could see it in you. Even when you couldn't see it in yourself, he just knew.
Charlie Kirk's alleged assassin, Tyler Robinson, was living with a transgender partner who was in the process of transitioning from male to female. A law enforcement source confirmed. What did I say? What did I say? I said I gave two options for the likely murderer. The one I said very unlikely, but at least it's a scintilla of a possibility, and that is that this was somebody who objected to Charlie Kirk not being anti-Jew and decided to kill him because he's a gatekeeper to that issue, as they would see it. But then the far more likely case was that it would end up being a transgender, and it ends up being a guy attracted to guys and in a relationship with a transgender. Tyler here considered himself a transgender according to the current reportage, and of course all subject to change. Considered himself an advocate for transgenderism, which makes sense if that's his... Do we call it a boyfriend or girlfriend? I don't know. You all might, you look at me and you're like, well, why would Jason even... Because YouTube is owned and operated by anti-whites. And at least as I understand it, I could be wrong, but there are certainly anti-whites in the entity of YouTube. And while there are other people out there like Jeremy Hambley that can say transgenderism is sick and it's not a real thing and have nothing happen to his account because on YouTube, because he gives so many cuck-servatives, so much cuck-servative argumentation, and he has such a large audience that would all fume and bubble over if he were to have his channel get a strike or taken down or what have you. They let him do that. If you're going to continue poisoning the white race with abstractionisms, you will get more leash. Somebody like me, no leash. So I will tell you right now, there are wonderful, just like there are wonderful pedophiles, there are wonderful transgender people. Ear is against the door. So he is a transgender advocate being reported right now in a relationship with a transgender. So a guy, born a guy, now a girl. Lance Twiggs, if you can believe this name. Can the name be real? Could that actually be real? Could he have, she now have changed it to Lance Twiggs? I mean, twig and berries is slang for male genitalia. So lance him off, twig, I don't know. Tyler Robinson, though, that was his boyfriend, girlfriend, born a boy, and then is a girl, so I guess it's a girlfriend. And this person, also a furry, And how do I know that? Well, it's being reported that way at the moment, but subject to change. And in photographs I've seen, 2 of them wearing furry outfit. I mean, it looks like something a furry would wear to somebody who knows nothing about it. So it looks like something a furry would wear. And Tyler here used, according to the reportage now, furry vernacular, something about bulge noticing. And so in other words, that as described in one report, attracted to what looks like a girl, but clearly has a penis. So, but that's perfectly normal. It used to be considered transgenderism a mental illness in the West before that notion was white erased, but it's perfectly normal today. So he was in this relationship and living with this person, and they were in a Discord with over 20 people, and it's been reported that at least 6 knew about the assassination. Now, Lance is claiming that she knew nothing about, but of course, she would claim not to know anything about an assassination. I guess we'll end up seeing what happens. In my opinion, what should happen is that everyone who knew about it should be charged with it as pulling the trigger. This is a Western norm that I feel coming from my bones. If you knew, if you were participating by way of knowing that it was going to happen, then you should suffer the exact same consequence. I also understand that in Utah, they have 2 forms of execution, and that is lethal injection and firing squad. I think the only appropriate thing is for Tyler to be shot dead with the rifle he used on Charlie Kirk. Now, mind you, I'm not like this sycophant for Charlie Kirk. In fact, we're going to talk a little bit about him a little bit more and the kind of things that he was pushing. So I'm not a sycophant for him, but nonetheless, this is how this behavior should be treated. We're also going to talk about the conservatives, the Christians, feeling their oats, coming into their own now with these firings of the people who celebrated and laughed and mocked and ridiculed, found it intensely risible that Charlie Kirk was assassinated in this grisly way, and even the actual imagery, the spectacle of it. And why is that? So remind me, we want to get back to that so we don't miss it. All of these notions, how is this relevant to us? Well, we're gonna speak through, as we already started, about how it's relevant to Church of the West and what we do. All of these other arguments, all of these other conspiracies about the schmucks, the Jew spurgs hating the Jews, they're going to blame it on the Jews, and you'll see this thing wind out, as I talked about on Wednesday and Thursday. You'll see this thing roll out. It's like souls looking for their favorite endoscope. That's what it is. They're going to fit it into their hole, no matter what it is, no matter what's actually happening. There's a lot of talk about, and let me just finish that point. Ignore that stuff. It can't help you. It can't help us. It can't make a people out of the vitiated white race. It can't improve our situation one jot. Those are things that we can never know. You can never know the answer to wild conspiracies. And you'll feel that allure because we seek to know the unknown. So when somebody, it's a trick. When somebody presents that, you've got to immediately reject it. Like if you have a problem, you look at too much pornography, and you got a problem with it as a consequence, it's like interfering with your life. Then when you feel that urge, you specifically have to stop it right there. You specifically have to use the conscious mind to come in and in guillotine style, cut the head off it. Not literally, of course, because wow. But cut the head off it. But those things, that's not me. And these folks will make these specious arguments, these lying arguments. Oh, Jason wants to protect the Jews, or Jason wants to protect the deep state, or Jason wants to protect. That's me protecting you. That's me protecting you. I'm trying to keep you from going off on a path that can only be harmful to you and harmful to our people as a consequence of you being embroiled in idiocy. You can't know. So you got all these content creators. And you have a bunch of people who are normally Jew spurgs. They just hate Jews, but they're turning now to Michael Savage. This guy is like radically, proudly Jewish. And he's also ancient. The guy is a literal fossil. And they're like, well, he's really got some. I'm going to cite Michael Savage about how strange it is that when Tyler got off the roof, you didn't see a firearm. And then the FBI says they found the firearm, the Mauser 30-06, in that copse. By the way, that's a word that means a small stand of woods, of trees. So they found it in the... Well, first of all, when you look at the video, he's clearly got some kind of a jacket or hoodie or something. And it looks to me like it stays pretty straight. But I guess it's at least arguable that maybe it bends enough that it couldn't be a rifle. But it begs the question, why necessarily would the FBI have told you the truth about where they found the firearm? So people like Savage and all of these others can spin these yarns about he didn't have the rifle when he hopped off the roof and they found the rifle. Did he occupy an hour and a half of your time? Well, he supposedly assembled the rifle when he was in the woods. Somebody who was here mentioned that he had the rifle in his pants leg. And at the time, I hadn't seen the video of him walking through the neighborhood. He did. It was literally in his right pants leg. He's limping that right leg. So he didn't have it in his backpack, disassembled. They said they found a screwdriver that could have been used for the scope. And who knows what else is up there. You don't have all of the answers. He could have left the firearm on the roof. Why even bother to take it? It might have been in that hoodie that looked pretty rigid to me when he hopped off the roof. And fully assembled. Not disassembled and then reassembled in the woods. Anyhow, none of that's beneficial. So I recommend that anybody start talking about that kind of stuff, you just move right past them. Occam's razor. This is obviously everywhere we're turning today. We see so many of these like bizarre psychotic attacks. And then after the fact, we find out, oh, the person was a transgender or had been a transgender and was like with this Robin, wanted to go back, didn't like that the transition process and what he was becoming, according to one of the articles I read, at least one. We find out this so often. So then you have a guy that here, Charlie Kirk is speaking out against, and this guy is anti-white to the bone, to the marrow, to the furry. He is anti-white to the furry. That's going to now replace the nth degree. It's the furry degree. And they want to take the conversation away from anti-whiteism and focus it on Jews. Focus it on the deep state. Focus it on anything but anti-whiteism. Isn't that something you should ask questions about? Why do you want to change the subject matter from anti-whiteism and the victimization of the white race, especially when there is so much to learn here when it comes to so much proof of the power of anti-whiteism over everything else that's out there? And so therefore a teaching lesson. Why would you want to deflect from that and instead talk about the state of Israel again, Jews again, the deep state again? Why would you want to do, you claim to be pro-white. You claim to care about the white race, but you want to talk about all of this other stuff that you can't do anything about. So don't waste any time with those people. This guy grew up, and we might as well talk about that lesson. This guy grew up in a conservative, Christian, church-going, Christian family, a good family. A father reported to have been in law enforcement for 20-some years, also working in construction, a mother working with handicapped children, a stable home, everything that you could ever ask for. Republican voting parents, a good, clean, safe neighborhood, everything that you could possibly. Praying before they eat, Christians. And he went this anti-white, psychotically, murderously anti-white. What lesson do you learn from that? You learn that conservatism, Christianity, Jesus, Republican voting, good household, mother and father present, both good people, praying before meals, isn't enough to stop the subversion of anti-whiteism. So, if all of that isn't enough to prevent anti-whiteism from taking hold and turning that son into a murderously anti-white monster, then the notion of recourse to one or more of those things now appears idiotic, doesn't it? It should. If you're at least a midwit, it should seem really dumb. More Christianity? More praying? No, didn't work. This is going to maybe not surprise you. Lance them twigs, same kind of home. Christian, Republican voting, conservative, good neighborhood. So the transitioning girlfriend, same exact environment, and produced an anti-white. So now it's doubly dumb if you say, what we need is more Christianity. What we need is more praying. What we need is more conservative values. What we need are more stable families. What we need are more mothers and fathers present. Their Facebooks are full of family events. Full of them. And I know there's a little bit of a question for people around. This should be like a revelation, or either a revelation for you or a bolstering of what you're thinking, so tsunamic that it reaches to the far corners of the globe. It should flood in millions of white people. And may God let that happen. I know he will. I know that and let this guy and his girlfriend always be an example to those who say more Christianity, more stable families, more mom and dad, more and more of what has already been defeated. You know, wouldn't it have been nice if at least 2.5 decades ago, the white sympathetic sphere wouldn't have been populated by such selfish, little dick energy cowards and jealous fools that they would have heeded me? Imagine where we'd be today. Imagine where we'd be today. Well, I beg God to bring down misfortune on them, and I know he will. There are some people who don't have experience with firearms, and I understand around the world that it's hard to understand. How do you shoot something 133 yards away? They haven't held a gun. They've never shot a gun. Millions and millions of Americans hold, own, and shoot firearms. They're not scary to us. There are, at this exact moment, tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of hunters that can shoot a cantaloupe at 133 yards. No worries. So I know it seems magical, mysterious, because you just have no experience with it. But I could teach you in 20 minutes how to shoot a cantaloupe at 133 yards with a scope, with a bolt action rifle. But we could do it with a bolt action 22 with 22 long rounds in it. So there won't be much kick. I could position you on your belly prone as he was positioned. Or we could have you sitting with a table and some sandbags holding the end of the rifle. And I guarantee you, maybe even within 10 minutes, I could have you putting a bullet 133 yards downrange, right through a cantaloupe. Now, if you hear about shots that are a mile away, as has happened, you know, what is that? 1,100 some yards. If you hear about that, now we're talking about professionals. If you hear about maybe even 500 yards, you're getting into the range of you're going to need somebody who really, really knows. 750 yards, you're getting into the range of somebody who really, really knows what they're doing. A mile away, then 100%, you're going to need somebody who really knows what they're doing. But 133 yards, shit. I could shoot a squirrel at 133 yards. You just need to have your scope lined up with your rifle so that you can set the crosshairs on your target. And if you got that dialed in, it's going to hit. Even if it's not dialed in, but you know where the error is, you can hit it. Let's continue here. What else is there to know? I mean, there are 6 people who, and potentially here, there is a network, they said in some articles, specifically of transgender or transgender supporters, transgender partners, who could be they speculated in an article, a terrorist network of anti-whites. Charlie Kirk's alleged assassin, Tyler Robinson, was living with a transgender partner. Says here, by the time of this writing, they haven't revealed the name, but they have now revealed. Oh, wait, down here it says it. It says, yet to be identified, is now fully cooperating with the FBI. According to public records, Lance Twiggs, also 22, resided at the same address where Robinson lived. A relative of Twiggs confirmed. They've also found an account that has the exact same name of the Discord server that Tyler Robinson used. That exact same name for a furry sex account. So it's some website where you can look at drawings and maybe photos of people dressed up as furries, but drawings of cartoon characters having sex. Yummy. And not confirmed yet. The family member who, so what happened, by the way? What happened to Tyler? He's in this wonderful family. Well, according to some of the friends from his high school, he began spending a lot of time on Reddit and chatted with anti-whites. Doesn't have to be Mossad agents. We have all met anti-whites. They're psychotic, so many of them. Not all, I imagine. Ears against the door, but so many. So started chatting with them. And so what's the conservative response to this? Tyler goes on Reddit and he spends his time on Reddit learning about anti-whiteism, becomes an anti-white. By the time he gets to that single semester at Utah Valley University, where there have been some claims here or there that he was friends with or had actually associated, maybe been in the group of an anti-white Antifa, subject to later reportage as well. But by this time, he was a fanatical anti-white. The family referring to him as leftist. How did that so easily undo everything? Psychos on the internet. Because anti-whiteism is psychological warfare. And it undermines every other social morality and norm. The family member who asked to not be identified said Twiggs was the black sheep of other St. George, Utah family, but declined to speculate on a romantic relationship. So I was mentioning earlier other reportage that's come out since this, saying of Lance Twiggs and his family, same type of family as Tyler Robinson. So they're saying he was the black sheep of their family. I think sheep might be hitting it a little too closely, if you know what I mean. Although the outfit I saw him in was like a chipmunk. So maybe he was the black chipmunk of the family. She said she didn't know her relative's politics or whether Twiggs was transitioning. Oh, there you have Twiggs. They lived together in an $1,800 per month townhouse. That's a lot of money. And I had read elsewhere that there were a handful of other guys living in the town. I wonder what they were up to. There's also a lot of these, again, with the conspiracy garbage. They're like, neighbors noticed automobiles with license plates from out of state that had visited their home. It's a group of guys living in a townhouse. Some of them, and they are, yeah. And they said, and they seemed, different. I bet they did. Kind of looked like a certain type of a bar, certain type of a club when they came and went. I wonder what they could have been up to. So that, again, doesn't mean Mossad. It doesn't mean the deep state. Kirk 31 was shot in the neck by a single bullet. Okay, you all know that. Do you know how many transgender Americans have been mass shooters over the last 10 years? Asked Hunter Kozak. And during the quick news, we have a, which we'll take a look at here in just a moment before we continue. Little video of too many, Kirk responded. Okay, and then look at him there. Wow. Why is it that so many of these guys become girls? maybe just in general, like, are they all ugly? Like, are they ever? And then there's the murderer, alleged, I guess I should say. Here he is, looking all normal. And that's the thing that, of course, is most challenging about this. But what are the conservatives saying? I wanted to finish that thought. What are they saying? They're saying, well, we need to address internet culture, another abstraction, not address anti-whiteism, not address the ideology. They're not saying the best and brightest of cuck thought is not saying, how did Christianity get undermined? How did a stable, loving family get undermined? Mother and father present get undermined. Hardworking dad, mom working with handicapped children. How did that? Father in law enforcement, how did that get undermined? Conservative values, Republican voting. No, they're saying we've got to go after internet culture. We've got to be asking our kids. I mean, this could not sound more dickless and feckless and useless. And it is absolutely what you would expect out of the mouths of white cucks. Absolutely what you would expect. We've got to be talking to our kids about what they're talking about online. Okay. Well, so another non-starter, another boondoggle, another ineffective garbage, another nothing is what you're saying. We've got to be fine. And then they're going to say, Kash Patel, and we have that in the quick news, they're going to go out and they're going to seek out these networks of anti-whites and maybe use RICO charges, maybe, and look at Patel. The guy can't even look straight. He's like, oh, when he's looking at you, Kash and Patel. Do you really believe that's going to come to fruition? And even if it does, how many are going to actually be arrested and charged? And how many of those charged are actually going to be convicted? And how many of those convicted are actually going to get sentences that they deserve? And how much of all of that is actually going to dissuade anti-whites from continuing to anti-white in the world? And all of that put together, even if it all turned out perfectly, which it won't, it does nothing to address the anti-whiteism, the petri dish that creates the networks of anti-whites that conclude, since we can't win the debate, we will murder them. We will dox them. We will get them fired. We will use violence on them. We will maim them. We will threaten them. We will destroy their property. You're dealing with the most superficial element. You know what it's like? You know how superficial it is? It's not even as superficial as you deal with a symptom of cancer. You got cancer, maybe you have fatigue. And so they give you something for the fatigue. No, it's more superficial than that. You have cancer and fatigue, so they will keep the door closed so that no one has to see you tired. That's how superficial that prescription is for remedying this problem. The problem of anti-whiteism. I should mention quickly that conservatives right now, and it's another proof of the work we do in the arguments we make that undergird the dialogic of the Go Free practice. What's happening right now that we are all mightily happy about? Well, it's that a lot of the anti-whites out there are getting fired, are getting reprimanded. By the way, do not miss the fact that there are literally tens of thousands of these individuals making celebratory comments, posts, videos about Charlie Kirk being murdered in this grisly assassination. For every one that will celebrate that brazenly, there are hundreds, maybe even thousands that are also celebrating. And for those, there are hundreds, maybe even thousands that feel good about it. They think, it needed to happen. It needed to happen. He was really in the way of anti-whiteism. So they're not necessarily celebrating, but they still are saying it needed to happen. That's the right thing that had to happen. He was in the way of anti-whiteism and our objectives, so it's good that he went. So keep that in mind to really get an appreciation of what we are up against as a people when it comes to anti-whites and anti-whiteism and what kind of mentality it can engender in them. But back to the people being fired, back to the people losing their jobs. Isn't this something? For how long had we heard the Charlie Kirks of the world, the TPUSA followers of the world, the Tea Partiers of the world telling us that we are above the doxing, that we are above? No, we will shun you. We will push you out of our polite society. You will have no friends. We will push you out. We know the anti-whites won't be your friends, and we will push you out as well if you want to cause any headache to them, because that's not what we are bigger than that. Christ is bigger than that. We have suffered that for our entire lives. We are no better. I cannot tell you how many times I've heard white cuck losers sitting in their cuck chair saying, we are no better than they are if we do what they do. No, all the way back to when I was in junior high school, having adults tell me that and shouting them down. If you do that, you're no better than they are. Well, the cucks and their ability to stifle the infliction of any difficulties on anti-whites have lost their grip in this one case. In this one case, the day before Charlie Kirk was murdered in this grisly fashion, that principle still held. They're trying to reassert it now. In the wake of all this, in the days and weeks to come, they'll be calling on people to stop getting folks fired, stop the retaliation. Kirk wouldn't have wanted that. He'd want us to come together and just have a conversation. Wouldn't want a response that could injure them in any kind of way. Watch. Because that's how the cucks in their cuck chairs talk and think. Of course, they've got a cuck cage on. What else do you expect? I know that's nasty. Anyhow, because of what are conservatives and patriots and all now moving with great enthusiasm and fervor to get people ruined? Because of a morality that is yet in the body of the white race. It is the grossest of all spectacles, the most immoral thing to celebrate somebody's murder in general. But even that pales in comparison to great jubilation over a televised, grisly murder. This was such an infraction against that white norm that even white anti-whites, even white anti-white Democrat voters who aren't as radical as some of the others are making videos saying they've left the Democrat Party for good. They will never vote for the Democrat Party again. This was the final straw. It was the sickest thing that they'd ever seen. So it was such an infraction of that norm of ours, of this decorum, that it was enough. It was finally big enough. It was finally gross enough to overcome the cuck argument of don't do what they do, or you're no bigger than them. Don't do what they do because Jesus wouldn't want it. Finally enough to overcome it. And I couldn't be happier. But we need to remember here, not let it pass our observation, that it is an abridgment of our morality. It is a breaking of our morality that broke through this rule that we have suffered with our entire lives. So what does that mean about motivating our people to extremes like this? Maybe other extremes. What does it mean? It means that you have to appeal morally. There is so much to take away from the events of the past few days if you only have the eyes to see and the ears to hear. If you're a Christian, I hope Jesus will give you the eyes to see and the ears to hear. Maybe that is the name of God. I hope he gives you the discernment to see that you're looking at a prophet or the equivalent thereof when these truths are plucked out of these events that you never saw yourself. You want white people to break through these conservative barriers to get things done? You want white people to break through social barriers to recapture our destiny? You're going to have to go about it with concepts that focus on our norms, our morality, our sensibilities. And with that, you can motivate them to the stars. Otherwise, you're just pissing in the wind. And it's a hurricane, baby. It's all going right back in your face. Charlie Kirk allegedly assassinated by 22-year-old with trans partner while answering questions about trans shooters. They're making a big deal about this. About it being trans shooters. The guy who was asking the question in the video that he made says he was trying to make the point that the left is anti-whites are sensible and you can talk with them. Arrangements for Charlie Kirk's funeral announced. Trump has promised to attend. New York and New Jersey refused to lower their flags to half-mast. Maybe not the whole states, but there were at least portions. Funeral for conservative activist Charlie Kirk is scheduled for the 21st. I heard that they were also trying to put him in the rotunda. Inviters supported to join them. Trump says he's going to be there. There's Erica lying on the coffin that Charlie Kirk is in. Really horrific. And very quickly, I want to point out a couple things like this. Well, here is our friends down in Iryna who have lowered their flags to half-mast in honor of half-staff, in honor of Charlie.
Today, the Iryna flag hangs at half-mast in solidarity with our American brothers and friends.
And here we have the people, just a little clip of so many people getting fired.
Of people being fired for their comments, appearing to celebrate Kirk's passing, including Office Depot, which fired a worker for refusing to print a memorial poster. Also, the NFL's Carolina Panthers football team said they fired an employee for a social media post appearing to mock Kirk's death. And then Bengals player nonprofit, the Joe Burrow Foundation, also fired an advisory board member who they say made inappropriate remarks in light of recent events.
Those firings are racking up, and many of those social media posts either mocking or celebrating the murder of Charlie Kirk are actually being amplified by conservative influencers or activists with large accounts. Some of these accounts, like Libs of TikTok, have over 4 million followers and are encouraging their audience to contact the employers of of those making the post. And one of those companies facing the online backlash from Kirk supporters is Delta Airlines, the company announcing the suspension and investigation into some of their employees, saying that their social media posts went well beyond healthy, respectful debate and that they were in stark contrast to the company's policies. We've also seen the NASDAQ firing a junior level employee on Friday as well. The NASDAQ also citing zero tolerance policy towards violence and commentary that condones or celebrates the murder of Charlie Kirk. We are seeing
more and more of that. I think what we'll do right now is we will jump into some quick news and we'll come back to how Charlie Kirk, TPUSA, after our quick news, was problematic for white well-being. Indeed, had ignored yours truly in several messages that I sent to him. Never got a response back, but we'll show you some of the folks he did respond to, some of the folks he did champion, some of the kinds of statements that he did make that were in keeping with anti-whiteism and conservative ideology, purely anti-white. Let's take a look at this. Quick news, ladies and gentlemen. Quick news and laughs. Here we go.
Hello. Hi, I was looking for Ryan.
Yeah, this is Ryan.
Hey, Ryan. My name is Dr. I work at the medical clinic. How are you?
Oh, hi. Hi, I'm good. I'm good, Matt. How are you?
Good. I'm calling you back because you were in here a few weeks ago for a sleep study, and I have some results, some very interesting results for you.
Oh, great. Great. Thanks for calling. I appreciate it.
I do have good news. You don't have sleep apnea like we first thought.
Oh, that's kind of awesome. Thank you.
But there are some other concerning things I thought I should talk to you about.
Okay.
It looks like you have something called NASS, which translates to Nocturnal Appendage Suckling Syndrome.
Sorry, nocturnal appendage. What syndrome?
Suckling?
What?
Nocturnal Appendage Suckling Syndrome.
Are you saying suckling?
Suckling, yes.
What does that mean?
You basically suck on parts of your body when you're asleep. Your preferred appendage is your toes.
Oh, it looks like it's going to quit there. Nasty. Let's keep rolling. You must be, this is the internship. You must be Black, Asian, minor. So in other words, it goes on. You must be not a white male to be able to apply. And this conservative lady here says, I thought this was illegal. Babe, it's been illegal since the 1950s. And it happens because anti-whiteism is the social morality. FBI, in coordination with state agencies, has formally opened investigations into multiple anti-white organizations in Utah for possible advanced knowledge of the Charlie Kirk incident. Celebrate, stop anti-Bidenism. Always making me look good, brother. God bless you. Let's take a look at two female police officers trying to subdue a very small Hispanic guy.
Great. He's a game for him.
That guy weighs like 140.
They're starting to laugh too. God, he's getting it.
Oh, yeah, that's what I want to come save me or my loved one. They can't take down this guy that's no taller and probably lighter than they are. Look, and now this cop here is yelling for a man to come help. Look, and then so this guy has to come over. God, anti-whiteism. Here's the guy that was talking to Kirk when Kirk was assassinated.
And people have obviously pointed to the irony that the point that I was trying to make is how peaceful the left was.
point he was trying to make is how peaceful the anti-whites, the left, is. Pfizer knew mRNA nanoparticles attack baby boys' testes, damaging masculinity and fertility for generations. There it is, guys. Maybe you don't want to reproduce it. Now, I'm just bringing you this news. I don't endorse this news. You'll have to go check it out for yourself. This is being reported by another entity, and I'm just telling you what they are reporting. Check it out for yourself. But guys, if you want to have children with a woman, maybe you want to see if she had one of the mRNA vaccines first. Divorce somehow plunged in Kentucky. And why is that? Equal custody for fathers is a big reason. So now in Kentucky, they passed a law, is what this is saying, that when you get a divorce, it is 50-50. You get 50% of the time with the kids, and you pay for your time with them. And for some reason, all the girls stopped demanding divorces. I guess they're not so bored anymore. I just love movies where I need a tissue at the end. Me too. Stop anti-Vitism. Here we have Anti-Vilification League getting another like. He got 2 likes on his comments from one and only Conor McGregor. Brother, you are a legend. Their agenda is anti-white. The same thing happening in almost every white country. Give it up for Stop Anti-Vitism. I especially look at, he makes me into some kind of lawyer here. It looks like a courtroom businessman. I love it. He always makes me look better than I am. It's great. I'm a king in one, and I'm like a spy agent in another, or some kind of like Neo from the Matrix. Well done. Take a look at this garbage. The killing of Iryna Zarutska. Somebody at Wikipedia had recommended the news about her not killing, murder, anti-white terroristic murder, to be deleted. This is the anti-whites. They want to delete your life if you're white, and they want to delete the evidence of your life if you're white. Never forget it. Take a look at this guy. Gang member is issuing a warning to Trump. He says, don't send them troops to Chicago.
Okay. I repeat, do not do it.
Do not do it, because I will eat every slice of that pizza. Wait, what are we talking about?
Or a different fucking breed out here, nigga. We are not Los Angeles. Nigga, we are not Washington, D.C.
I rebuke his use of this neighbor word.
Nigga, this is Chicago.
Rebuke the use of it. I rebuke it.
Chicago, nigga. Them niggas
why can he not refrain? I rebuke.
Go fight back.
They're going to fight back. They're going to get out there. And this is a fictional character that I'm making up right now. They're going to get out there and they're going to shoot them up, because that's what they're going to do. They're going to shoot them. They don't want bees alive. They want an APC out there, turn around with 30 cal, blast them. Bullets go through engine block. They don't care. The warning to President Trump. Not an imitation of that guy, a fictional character.
Of people being fired.
That was the video we just played for you. Me, I got a problem. Girlfriend, no, we got a problem. We're a couple, a team. Your problem is my problem. We're in this together. Me, okay, we got your sister pregnant. Let's see. Libs of TikTok says public schools, Kansas City Public Schools declares their goal is that 45% of teachers will be black by the end of this decade, which means, Libs, that their goal is to get rid of whatever percentage of white males there are left in the profession. And then if that's not enough, they'll get rid of whatever white females they have to make sure that they reach that goal here. So we're concerned about us being victimized, not about blacks being benefited. This is I think they're mic'd up. I don't have any other idea how they're hearing them so well. This anti-white, non-white approaches these terrified females, and you can hear a little bit of conversation. He he touches their hair. She rejects him. He then says he'll kill him, and she grabs her phone and then threatens to kill him again.
I'm gonna show you from over there. I like your hair stuff. Got some nice hair. It's nice and luscious.
Could you imagine if that were my daughter? No one would ever find him again because I would make sure that he lived in the happiest place in the universe, wherever that is.
I'm perfectly fine. We're gonna die.
There, he said it right there. You want to die? Just come up and grab. These are not our norms, folks. These are the norms of other peoples and other lands where you can just go up and grab a female and start groping her body. And then if she says no, the response is, do you want to die? How much more is it going to take for them to come to the Church of the West, for them to start giving respect to the leaders of this community? Gruesome moment. An illegal migrant from Cuba decapitates a hotel owner, motel owner, manager, and then kicks his head across the parking lot in front of the manager's family. We have to end anti-whiteism. Stop anti-whiteism. I mean, how much worse does it got to get? We watched that. That was Iryna. Here we have the nurse. I guess it was in Georgia. Chanella. Julie Chanella, I think is how it's pronounced. This is kind of awkward here. Say her name, and I wonder how many people get that wrong. She was killed yesterday while walking her dog, Alabama, by this anti-white monster. Murdered her for being white. And here you have Gunther, who apparently was caught, Gunther Engelman, taking money from India or money just from somewhere to make positive statements about India. And he's a conservative. Why won't the mainstream media cover this? ? You know why you won't say it. Because you're not getting paid to say it. Muslims in Texas are now going to businesses and recording themselves doing so and telling them that they have 30 days to remove everything in the store that is haram, such as alcohol, pork, gambling, or there will be demonstrations. Take a look at this little mini mart owned by these other non-whites. That's all they sell. Look at this place. Be coming to a town near you. How about this? When it comes to the one and only Iryna Zarutska, murdered, and we're not forgetting her. It's been revealed that the Charlotte City Council paused their meeting on the light rail incident. The light rail incident, you mean the anti-white, racial motivated terrorism? They paused that meeting so that they could break out a cake and celebrate someone's birthday. Absolutely sickening. Now, I got to say, because I didn't say it earlier, why is it that this can happen? They break out a cake when they're supposed to be talking about Iryna Zarutska's sadistic, anti-white, race-based terrorism, murder. Why is it that so many anti-whites, who knows, hundreds of, maybe even millions, are rejoicing to some degree or happy to some degree with Charlie Kirk's slaughter? It is because anti-whiteism over the course of all of our lives has dehumanized the white race. Anti-whiteism dehumanizes the white race. That's how this is able to happen. That's how you're able to murder us. Not just because you call a particular person a fascist, not just because you call a particular person a racist, but because our lives are devalued. We are dehumanized. We can be killed like dogs. My pastor said that we only cover women's breasts in public because God made the areolas to appear like giant eyes to ward off all predators. Since women usually have larger areolas, this can cause panic and fear in horses. Look at this. Wow. You get the exact opposite reaction in men. We looked at this last week, but I wanted to look at it again. The woman charged with registering her dog to vote, because I really missed an opportunity to say, who let the dogs vote? Who let the dogs vote? ICE has just arrested a Kenyan national who is a convicted sex offender in Minnesota. What job did he do for a living? He was the director of the Department of Education. Wow. It's how many times, this is endless, isn't it? That we find these pedophiles, sex offenders who have jobs as teachers, counselors, troop leaders, directors of, and you know, this guy's dumb as rocks. And they're really just pedophiles. How many times are they going to get arrested in these roles? How about this one? Creepy California serial anti-white. California serial killer wore white-faced mask during burglaries. There he is right there wearing a rubber white face mask. No, but could you, if this were reversed, how big that news would be? Here are over 200 children counted the other day on Skid Row. Look at this, playing in a swimming pool. I don't know what that music is. This is Skid Row, folks. Over 200 children counted. They're playing with dolls. The guy walks along further, and you can see him. It's just really sad. Hey, look, Nick Fuentes' father was arrested the other day. Apparently, he was mistaken for an illegal. So they unchained him right after this photo was taken. But Nick Fuentes' father arrested. I'm convinced this baby may have drugged its family. Look at that little darling. And finally, folks, we have this.
Say, did you hear about the genocide on the news?
I sure did.
All right. What an opener. Say, did you hear about the genocide? This is a little tutorial about how to pick up somebody out in public.
Once you've broken the ice, introduce yourself and start chatting.
I'm Melvin.
Polly.
Do you like coming to this park?
I sure do.
Me too.
Cool.
If the conversation feels stiff, ditch the small talk and bring in some playful humor.
To Kill a Mockingbird, huh? Is that book about dinosaurs?
It's actually a book about creepy guys on park benches.
Ah.
Relax, I'm just messing with you.
Oh.
Teasing is a good sign.
Wow. You're funny.
I guess I'm the funniest one on this bench.
But just don't go too far with it. Like this.
More like the dumbest bitch. Say, did you hear about the genocide?
Let's roll.
I've been walking steady, keeping my soul clean. They come at me heavy, but I don't lose my peace. They call me supremacist for holding my ground, but truth in my spirit is what I found. They don't define me, I know who I am. Loving my people, that's the highest stand. Hate don't unite, it just pulls apart. Love is the rhythm that beats in my heart. I'm taking the high road, can't drag me low. Standing for my own, let the whole world know. There's nothing more than love that's real. My pride in us is the way I heal. change my song. Loving my own has been right all along. Oh, they don't define me, I know who I am. Loving my people, that's the highest stand. Hate don't unite, it just pulls apart. Love is the rhythm that beats in my heart. I'm taking the high road, can't drag me low. Standing for my own, let the whole world know. There's nothing more moral than love that's real. My pride in us is the way I feel. They can't twist love into something it's not. This is my truth and it means a lot. History whispers.
All right. We got a lot more to come. Great new song by Anglo-Saxon NWG. What are your views on everything we talked about so far? What else do you have to talk about? We got more news. We got victories. We got jokes. We got it all over here. I want to hear from you all. Let's dance.
That's real. My pride in us is the way I
heal. You thought I was going to do like the gyrating? Well, maybe I could do a little bit of that.
Song. Loving my own has been right all along. Oh, they don't define me, I know who I am.
Yes.
Loving my people, that's the highest stand. Hate don't
you have no idea.
It just pulls apart. Love is the rhythm that beats in my heart. I'm taking the high road, can't drag me low. Standing for my own, let the whole world know.
All right. We need to be in every genre, ladies and gentlemen. Might not be your taste in music, might not be what I would be listening to, but I can move to almost anything. Hit these high points, and we'll get back into this Charlie Kirk business. We have just want to mention healthy instinct that we're seeing there in the UK and Australia and elsewhere. The frenetic energy we were talking about. So very excited about that. Also happy to see that another positive is group action. White people need to be reaccustomed to that. We need to be. Wait, what is this now? Okay, nothing. We need to be reaccustomed to that, working together, getting out and objecting to our victimization. So that's another really positive I'm seeing. Negatives are conservatism and nationalism, etc., as we mentioned, are only the de facto leaders, if you will. And we talked about that. Big negative is that the anti-white social morality, the anti-white immoral social morality, which is the morality of the West, is the morality that these movements are operating under, through, and on top of. And if that's the morality, the social morality of the West, the anti-white immoral imperative, then it's inevitable that we will be harmed as a consequence. So no matter how many people turn out to march, and it's taking nothing away from everybody who is participating, it's just a reality that your hierarch has to share with you. Also, obviously, unity based on opposition to something that effectively is ephemeral compared to the timelessness of identity is too weak to be sustained to do anything truly great. It can be co-opted and so much more. Let's jump into Charlie Kirk and what I wanted to share, because he was problematic in a lot of ways And here's an example. You have these conservative people coming out and they're sharing these clips where Charlie Kirk was a very conservative to the point of even being anti-white.
Never be the best version of yourself if you allow other people to convince you that you can't be better because of your skin color.
Where does that actually happen? Only in the anti-white narrative. So when he says here, when he cites people being victimized by way of being told that they can't be more because of their skin color, that doesn't happen in reality. So he is affirming this fictional anti-white narrative, and he is villainy signaling that he is, by way of the anti-white moral, immoral benchmark, that he is very moral on that, according to that benchmark. Don't allow yourself to be told that you can't make it because you're black. And when you hear this, that's what everyone immediately understands it to be. Black people being told that they can't succeed by white people because of the melanin in their skin. So sickening. Let's continue.
Because of your sexual identity.
Because of your sexual identity. Now, in most churches, you don't find a defense of sexual eccentricities. So I don't know what church Charlie is speaking from. He's one of these church kids, and I'm sure you have known a handful of them over the years, who took them to, parents took them to church all the time, and they've memorized shit tons. They're really just goobers. They've memorized shit tons of the Bible over the course of their childhood, and they can talk about it ad nauseum, at length, ad infinitum. He's one of those kids. What church do they say that your sexual identity is A-okay, whatever it is? I think none, really? None, really? But where does this happen? Where you're told that you can't make it in the world because of your sexual identity. And that by way of, in and of itself, is anti-white. Because irrespective of a sexual eccentricity, irrespective of a fetish or whether you're attracted to male or female, irrespective of all that, we are first men and women of the West. What we are attracted to is minor. That's not our identity. So he's playing up this anti-white notion that your identity can be what you're attracted to. My identity, I've said it a million times, because as much as I like a particular X, Y, and Z, that's never not even remotely close. Not even remotely close. That's like eating is your identity. You got to eat. It's even less than having to eat, because you can go without sexuality. You can't go without eating. But let's hear more from Charlie Kirk.
Because of the community you came from.
Being told that you can't make it in the world because of the community that you came from. Again, this is back to the skin color. This is how most people will interpret this. And what does it mean? White people telling, in this case, it's a little broader, because it could be white people telling blacks, Hispanics, who knows who else you could toss in there, that you can't make it because of isn't it just terrible? The white race is out there telling all these groups of people, you can't make it because you came from this non-white community. And he is moralizing. He's sententious up on this stage, sanctimonious about how don't let anybody do this totally fictitious thing to you. Instead of what are the real problems in the world? It's the white race, the white children. And this is why I would call him cucker. It's the white children who are being told that they're evil. It's the white children that are being taught that they have this evil seed inside of them. How often did Charlie talk about that? Everyone sees that everywhere. It's the reality.
You must resist those narratives at all costs if you truly want to be successful in America.
Resist those narratives that are just being forced on you poor non-white people. You must resist them. And then they celebrate that. So this is a conservative saying, look, he is totally moral on the anti-white moral metric. Look at how anti-white he is. Take a listen to this. Charlie Kirk, I assume he's in Hawaii with all of the lays around his neck or whatever the plural is. Listen to this garbage.
Give me one thing that white people and black people have different biologically.
Don't change the question of this, like DNA-wise, we are different.
No, we're not. That's a lie. It has been disproven. Front page of National Geographic 6 months ago. Racism created by society. If you look at DNA independently in a science laboratory, they cannot distinguish between a black person or a white person if they look at just the DNA, because the only difference is the melanin.
Listen, he was never this passionate about anything else. And this is pure bunkum. It is pure bunk. They can absolutely distinguish. And not only that, but it is the fundamental blueprint of what is created. So if his claim, his argument that there's no difference at the DNA level, well, then let's just give your wife the DNA of that black guy, and your kids will come out looking like a white guy. There's no fundamental difference. And then he tags in here that the only difference is melanin. No other differences. No other difference in the disease rates, hair, skull, brain size, brain weight, on and on and on. There are no differences. Just the amount of melanin. Do you see the passion that came out of Charlie Kirk right there? And then you can hear the audience, people like, yes, yeah, there's no difference. The cuck audience celebrating this. Yeah, there's no difference. They just have a tan. I mean, that is literally out of anti-whiteism from like the 30s. They just have they're just white people with a tan. You got to hear this again and take a good look at his face and how passionate he is about this, raging at the black guy who's actually right.
It has been disproven. Race is a social construct.
Race is a social construct. It's disproven that there are any differences between the races, or among the races, I should say.
That I want to break out of. Give me one thing that white people and black people have different biologically.
Don't change the question of this, like DNA-wise, we are different.
No, we're not. That's a lie. It has been disproven. Front page of National Geographic 6 months ago. Racism.
Front page of National Geographic. That racism is a social construct. There's no difference among the races.
Created by society. If you look at DNA independently in a science laboratory, they cannot distinguish between a black person or a white person if they look at just the DNA, because the only difference is the melanin. It has been disproven. Race is a social construct that I want to break out of.
What absolute garbage. What effronterous garbage. Now, take a look at this, because I said to you that I reached out to Charlie Kirk, as I have reached out to others. I never heard back from Charlie Kirk, but he did promote a lot of people. I think he even hired Candace Owens. I think that's where she got her break. Same with this guy. So he was benefiting as a true cuck, sitting in the cuck chair with his little cuck cage on, promoting everybody but white males. And then this bitch has the audacity, and I'm far enough away to speak truth about this argument, these positions that he took. Then he has the audacity to tell you to turn to Christ because of how blessed he is. Bro, every church I went to was full of miserable people. This notion that your life gets great your life, everything works perfectly, everything. No, not hardly. So fuck that. And to make matters even worse, here he is at the top of this entity, TPUSA, and he's endlessly promoting non-whites and women. So as a white male, am I going to be blessed if I start attending your church? I think not. As a white male, I reached out to you several times, never a single response. But this guy actually got reached out to by the Kirk himself.
Charlie Kirk sent me a direct message, and I'm going to show you what it said. This is almost 6 years ago exactly now, as of this video. I had not spoken to him in person or on social media. He started the conversation. You know what he said? 3 words. You are terrific. Now, bear in mind, this is back before I was blessed with the followership I have now.
Oh, it's before. So in other words, he was a nobody. This black guy was a nobody conservative, just waiting for a bunch of white conservative women who have gone past their expiration date for wearing bathing suits on photographs, who find him and then start following him by the millions. Never mind that. He's got no following at all. Kirk goes out in true cuck fashion, and this is the cuck movement. In true cuck fashion, finding non-whites and women to promote, excluding white males.
I had fewer than 10,000 followers on Instagram, very small Facebook presence, wasn't even on TikTok at the time. The fact of the matter is, this young man, this leader of Turning Point USA, reached out.
Now he's got millions.
To me and saw something I had done. And he felt so moved that he reached out to me himself to encourage me. And then he went a step further. He invited me to the BLS, which is the Black Leadership Summit Turning Point USA was putting on in Washington, D.C. I told him transparently I was in between jobs and didn't have the money to fund my trip. He told me that they had scholarships available and to email him directly and he'd be able to take care of it. I did, and that's the story.
So is the world milk and honey for white males? It's the exact opposite. Charlie Kirk is a white male that was out there arguing anti-whiteism, as you just watched. It could not have been more rank anti-whiteism. So he was an anti-white white male. So that's the only kind that's allowed to achieve or can achieve in this I shouldn't say allowed, but can achieve in an anti-white world. The only kind. The rest of us have to deal with the anti-whiteism, where we are ignored. It doesn't matter how many things I get right. It doesn't matter how many people's lives that my argumentation and practice saves. It doesn't matter how much it benefits everyone of all races to have anti-whiteism subdued by healthy and moral people. No, he'll kill me with silence. He won't have a single hello for me, but he'll actively, personally reach out to make stars of blacks and women and other non-whites in the conservative movement. This is the reality of the world for the white male.
Of how I got to be a part of the Young Black Leadership Summit, which was instrumental in springboarding me to where I am today. Now, I share that story because he didn't have to do that. And if he was a
at least I got to give the guy credit here, but it's probably only because he wants to give credit to Charlie Kirk that he didn't say that he did it on his own. The reality is that he was picked up and made a star, as so many of them are.
Racist person, why would he do that? I'm so tired of people being besmirched by the tired liberal lie that anyone they don't like has to be some sort of racist. And I'm not immune to this. They call me racist myself. Of course, it's ridiculous on its face, but this is the nonsensical.
No, it's not ridiculous at all. It's explained very clearly in Go Free how you could be called a racist. And they're not talking, when he's called a racist, he's not being called a racist as in being discriminatory against white people. He's being called a racist because he's not anti-white to white people.
Nature of your average leftist. They really want you to believe deep down Charlie Kirk hated all black people. He saw the best in everyone. He saw in me.
No, he didn't. That is a factual lie, error. He didn't see the best in everyone because there are plenty of white guys. And for some reason, TPUSA has a dearth of them. They got Jews, they got blacks, they got females. We're the white males. We're suppressed. It doesn't matter how much good we do. And at some point, we're going to get mad enough, real mad enough, and we're going to find this go-free dialogic, and the world's going to change, and you're not going to be happy with the way it looks. We're going to take a short break, and we'll be right back. You love this one. Anti-white says, what exactly is anti-white? You have got to be animated with the righteous passion of reclaiming our destiny. We are the heroes of this era. We have some huge celebrating to do, and we'll keep moving along with your comments and questions and news and the lesson of the day. So make sure you don't give up now. Church of the West is only just getting rolling. Celebrating right now, we got to celebrate the great West and Franklin. Big salutes, 07s to these champions. If you're allowed to do raucous emojis, please toss them into the Rumble chat. Both of them have different criteria for bringing victories to me in service to white well-being, and God bless them for both of the hard work that both of them are doing in that respect. Also want to thank Ivan, We Are Western Kind, Biospirit of the West, and the Franklin, also for being over there and swashing on Donald Trump Jr., the way that we were able to get Donald Trump to use our lexicon. God bless them for being over there. Big salutes, massively big salutes on top of that. Let's also celebrate the tree godfather, Hans, Eindelen, CKO, and everybody who shows up on an almost daily basis to the Shade Tree here on Twitter, on X. You want to make sure that you are a part of that work that's being done. I want to see you over there. I'm there occasionally, and I chat as well. Brilliant people sharing their insights. Big salutes to everybody over there on the Shade Tree. I want to thank everybody who is creating clips. 007 to everybody who's creating clips. We've got recently Tree Godfather, Base White, Anglo-Saxon, NWG. Big salutes to those heroes, but to everybody, Stoppa Anti-Whiteism as well. Big celebration to those champions. I want to thank everybody, but mainly, Biospirit of the West for going after the folks. I've seen Biospirit, several tweets of his, but everybody who has Dallas Malloy as well, everybody who has retweeted or tweeted on their own, posted on their own about these anti-whites that have been mocking, ridiculing, and deserve to be fired, harassed, harangued, thrown out of their friend groups and the like. Big salute to everybody who's swashbuckling commander who has gotten involved in that in any way, shape, or form. Well done. Very happy with your efforts to change the world. Let me go ahead and pop this up on the screen. There you know, ladies and gentlemen. I'm going to make it a bigger version of that. You can hear the crowd in the background, and they are celebrating. That is our crowd celebrating the victories that we achieve here in service to white well-being. You want to be one of the participants so that you too can be celebrated. So, thus spoke there Zarathustra, and those who were seen dancing were thought to be insane by those who could not hear the music. Let's go. You're going to be seeing this in a moment. And Anglo-Saxon NWG. Folks, this is a big week for victories, so get it ready. Anglo-Saxon NWG, how does this end anti-whiteism? Empowering 8,600 people on Barack Obama's account. 8,600 empowered by... We got to move, folks, but screen capture, it's amazing. Anglo-Saxon having an amazing week. Ivan having an amazing week, and Hans, I think, having the biggest week of all. Anglo-Saxon swashing on Benny Johnson. Who else is sick of these anti-white judges? Working on 800 likes from Benny Johnson's audience. And remember, we have Benny Johnson talking about race-based attacks on the white race. He called the most persecuted race on the planet. It's because of people like Anglo-Saxon and NWG. Here he is again. Who else is sick and tired of anti-whiteism? Benny Johnson. 1.4 thousand likes from Benny Johnson's audience. 76 replies. Give it up for the champion. Anglo-Saxon NWG back again. Empowering this time almost 1,400 people. Giving likes, empowering them in the audience of raging Europeans. Who else is sick of anti-white terrorism? 14 replies. These are people being empowered by the concepts that liberate our people. Give it up for the swashbucklers who are in this fight. Anglo-Saxon over here, Jerry Hambley. Over on Jerry Hambley, nearly 900 human beings in Jeremy Hambley's audience being empowered by Anglo-Saxon NWG. Who else is sick of the anti-white media? 31 replies and climbing. Big salutes to Anglo-Saxon and WG. Here he is again. Anglo-Saxon, if you're in the live chat, let us know who you were swashing on here, because he empowered 20,216 people with this comment. Systemic anti-whiteism happened. Is that is it? Who is that? I can't see. Is it the wokeism or whatever it is account? Also gave a like to the comment. 20,000 getting a like from the content creator. That's big swash. That's epic swash right there. Boom, boom, boom. Big salutes. Knock it out of the park. Anti-Vilification League. Check this out. He says, we are Australia, we are Western kind. And in the audience of this person, but pointing out here, that you got 560 views and climbing and likes and retweets. The concept, the powerful concept, Western kind growing in Australia. Give him salute, celebrate. Here you have Anti-Vilification League again getting more likes from Conor McGregor himself. McGregor saying, McGregor to say, or Anti-Vilification League wrote, McGregor to save Western civilization. This is the end of anti-whiteism. It ends with McGregor. It ends with Ireland and Northern Ireland, anti-whites. Your time is up. And Conor McGregor himself says F yes to this. Give it up for Anti-Vilification League. Big victory. You got another big victory over here. He's in another chat. We'll listen to some of that Anti-Vilification League coming up. Azimuth Clark over here working on 200 people that he's empowered in Mark Dice's audience with I'm offended by anti-whiteism. Amen. Azimuth Clark, our very own. Big salutes. Here we have Buddy Duddyful over on Matt Walsh. Great to see Buddy Duddyful swashing. The anti-white narrative is what is destroying America. Awesome. Getting into the swashing game on Matt Walsh. 38 likes and climbing. Give it up for Buddy Duddyful. Well done, champ. The great Cindy Ben in the audience of Lotus Eaters. Check out her colossal victories. She says, indeed, anti-whiteism is a huge problem. 130 people empowered by the white magic of Cindy Ben. And below this, 100 more empowered by the white magic of Cindy Ben. Race is much more than skin color. It goes to the very core of our being, and that had everything to do with race. Amen. Show her some love. Big salutes. She's back again over here on Lotus Eaters. 154 more people empowered in that audience by the great Cindy Ben. This is all due to anti-whiteism, the social morality. Gotta love the swashing. Well done, sister. Cool Papa J Magic had a huge week. He's over here on Liberal Hive Mind. 417 likes and climbing. 417 people empowered. Conservatives do not take anti-whiteism seriously. There is nothing to laugh at, and we can't ignore it and hope it goes away. A freaking men to that hero. Keep it going for him. 257 people empowered in the Lotus Eaters audience. He's not interested in, quote, helping Muslims. This is all due to abuse, exploit, harm the founding stock, the white race. It's anti-whiteism. Whether or not you're bright enough to understand that this is the case, we need to frame our arguments this way. Our well-being needs to be at the center. Our thoughts and actions at all times. Everything must be viewed through the lens of white people, how white people are affected. Aren't you tired of losing yet? My God, this man is swashing like a god. Perfect. He continues under Lotus Eaters as well. 400 more of them empowered. He's single-handedly taking down the Lotus Eaters. Australia's march against white erasure. We are facing this in every one of our countries, and it's about damn time we learn to stand together. That's the cool, that's the Papa, that's the J, the magic. This time, 1.7 more thousand empowered by Cool himself and the audience of Mark Dice. Anti-whiteism is rooted in jealousy and envy. Genius level swashing. Keep the salutes going. 500 more people empowered in Matt Walsh's audience. Anti-whiteism is central to virtually every major political issue we face in the West today. Genius. Geniusly done by Cool. Let's keep it going. Cool can't be stopped, ladies and gentlemen. 142. Screenshot this. We got a lot to do. Come back and read the genius of the Cool Papa J Magic over on Matt Walsh. Well done, champion. Here he is again under Matt Walsh. 488 more people, quote, urban crime, my ass. This is an issue of anti-white crime. I'm getting so tired of the conservatives' inability to admit that white people are being victimized daily on the basis of our race. We can't hide behind euphemisms forever. Our choice is to either be honest or continue losing. He's down here with working up to 100 more empowered in Matt Walsh's audience. I don't have as much problem with the fact that we're taxed so much as I do with that money spent. Big salutes to the cool Papa J Magic, a swashbuckling god. Over here on Matt Walsh again, 634 more people. Just think about this. Every time one of these swashbucklers steps up to bat, doing an epic job, literally hundreds and thousands every single week they empower. Anti-whiteism is causing this. This is an attack on us, not some abstraction of, quote, law and order or whatever. Brilliantly articulated, the lexicon, the dialectic. He's a champ. Celebrating. Working on 500 more. This one on Sargon, ladies and gentlemen. Give it a screen capture. Come back and read it. We got a bunch to get to. God bless the cool, the Papa, the J, the Magic. We love you, brother. Dallas Malloy over here. Swashing on Insurrection Barbie. 1,300 plus people empowered with this beautiful meme that I think she herself created. To give it up for the great Dallas. Epic swashing. It's all about race. Her race, not his. Exactly. Genius. And that is perfectly articulated. Got the website there perfectly articulated for conservative people. Dandy Westman in the fight this week. Multiracialism is working exactly as it was intended. Perfect use there of multiracialism. It's white erasure. And then this epic meme working on 3,000 people empowered. And this is in the audience of Rupert Lowe MP, ladies and gentlemen. But they saying it come from everywhere. It's because we're putting it everywhere. This is Iryna Hanna. We had somebody swash on her husband last week as the audience takes a break. And a beautiful couple of beautiful people and family and growing audiences. And she's empowering 8,500. And she is using now anti-whites. I even thanked her for using it. Big salutes to Evelina. Big salutes to you and your husband. Anti-whites. Yes, that is exactly what we need, sister. Let her know that we saluted and celebrated her. The Tree Godfather is in the house this week, swashing on the, as Franklin put it, the stupid Anglo-Saxon girl. 10,000 and a half people, not a half person, 10,000 and a half individuals empowered by the great Tree Godfather. Epic meme. Understand he was raised in the anti-white narrative of white guilt since birth, propagandized against his own interests right from the womb. We need to work to end this social morality of anti-whiteism so that children like him aren't harmed in this manner. Perfectly moral, perfectly pristine, perfectly the Tree Godfather. Show him the love. Here he is swashing on Boyd Myers. 17, it's almost 18,000 more people by Hans this time. Anti-whiteism must be replaced by a white positive social morality as an urgent priority. Just get ready to just start screaming Hans the Skipper, ladies and gentlemen. Here he is on, let's see, Christian Hyannis. Anti-whiteism insists on freedom for responsibility, insists on freedom from responsibility for non-whites. The real monster is the one who opens the cage. 8,200 empowered by Hans on that person's audience. How many on End Wokeness? He empowers 8,500 on End Wokeness. Anti-whites are among us because anti-whiteism is the social morality of our time. We must replace it with a white positive morality. The cure of anti-whiteism is white well-being. Genius, brother. Hans again under End Wokeness. This time, 7,000 more people empowered. Villainy signaling anti-whiteism only works with hate hoaxes that support the anti-white narrative. Very astute, swashbuckling god among men. He's back under our good friend, I am yes, you are no, empowering 5,700 more people. We live in a society where anti-whiteism is the social morality, where the lives of beautiful white women have no value and where they are left to die alone and afraid. We need to replace it with a white positive morality. Give it up for the great Hans as we keep moving, ladies and gentlemen. Again, Hans, under our friend I Am Yes, You Are No, 10,000 more people empowered. Anti-whites wield language as a weapon of psychological warfare. Brilliant. Hans the Skipper, again under our friend I Am Yes, 38,000 people empowered this time. The white erasure of our Western norms of civility is a consequence of the anti-white social morality. Western civilization has to be recreated every second by white men and women, projecting and enforcing our Western norms on our environment. Projecting, yes, big salutes to Hans, my God. Hans empowering 13.2 thousand more people in the audience of Matt Walsh, writing horrific hush crime, detonate the anti-white narrative. Yes, big salutes. Hans again, 31.1 thousand more under in Michael McCarthy's audience. Screen capture so you can come back and read it. We got to keep moving. Big salutes to Hans the Skipper. Here he is again. 7,700 more people. This in Peter Lloyd's audience. He says, great point about the feminists not being outraged. Feminists never protect anti-white rape or protest anti-white rape or murder because it contradicts the anti-white narrative. 7,700 more people empowered by Hans. Hans again, 10.5 thousand more in the audience of is that Ria Valentina? Take a screen capture, see what he writes there. Keep it going. Nothing but big salutes and love for Hans the Skipper, ladies and gentlemen. Brilliant articulations, one after the other. Ladies and gentlemen, 62,000 views. 62,000 people empowered with the lexical and dialectical armory in this post. That same Valentina audience, Hans is swashing. This is a stadium-sized flood, light shining on anti-whiteism, the social morality of our time. We need to replace it with a white positive social morality where the well-being of our people takes priority. Hans the Skipper, ladies and gentlemen. That is definitely worth getting out of your seats and saluting this gentleman. Big love to Hans the Skipper. 24,000 more people in the audience. Hans is empowering in the audience of Doge of the Coin, Sir Doge of the Coin. The anti-white narrative is the only narrative in every movie where you'll find a dangerous-looking ghetto black. He turns out to be the one who saves the white girl from the well-dressed white male who listens to Beethoven. 100% Hans the Skipper. I know it's crazy. This was a week. Ivan. 7,200, hundreds and hundreds of likes in the audience of I am, yes, this is I mean, therefore I am. Ivan is empowering, and he writes, anti-whites have no compassion for Charlie Kirk because he was white. The demonization and dehumanization of white people needs to end. Big salutes to the Ivan. Let's keep it rolling. Ivan over here swashing under Michael McCarthy. 6,700 people empowered. Hundreds and hundreds of likes and retweets. Anti-whites like him dress like crap because it undermines our Western norms around how academics and other high-ranking officials should dress and act. And then sharing an epic meme with the web address. Give it up. Ivan is continuing to rock it out. This time 10,000 people empowered in Michael McCarthy's audience with the beautiful meme. I love how it says anti-whites for all the scum here. He says, TBF, most anti-whites look like this. The POS that killed Charlie Kirk is a rare exception to this rule. He writes, 10,000 people getting to be empowered by Ivan Zahagaba. Again, in Michael McCarthy's audience, the Ivan has set up and opened up his book of spells and is empowering here 4,000 plus more people, hundreds of likes. Again, diversity in quotes is an anti-white euphemism for white erasure. Ivan again, 7,500 people in Stephanie Tyler's. Get a screen capture of this to see his magnificence. Continue to celebrate, ladies and gentlemen. Again, 23,000 people more empowered with this epically. Get a screen capture, the meme, the verbiage. Fixating on abstractions or other groups of people has done nothing but fail in the past, and it will only fail again. Ivan is a genius, ladies and gentlemen. Celebrate it. Genitor of White Noir getting into it this week with over 17,000 people he empowers. Charlie Kirk's last words tore the mask away. The white guilt spell no longer binds us. The first victory is inside, naming white erasure as evil. That charity or that clarity is anti-white's undoing. He spoke it and they silenced him. Empowering, as I say, 17,000 plus in Derek Evans' audience. Give it up for Janitor of White Noir. Again, this time in live actions audience. 10 plus thousand more people sharing these epic memes. He writes, Charlie Kirk, with conviction, exposed their weapons, white guilt. He declared the spell was breaking, and that's why they raged. Give it up for Janitor of White Noir, swashing onto the field with glory. 10,000 more in the audience of William Wolfe being empowered. Charlie Kirk denied his future life on stage. That is not only evil, it is anti-white. The injury goes beyond the man himself to the wife he will never grow old with and the children he will never raise. 10,000 plus people in the audience of William Wolfe empowered by Janitor of White Noir. Take a good look at this. We're going to be looking at it in a second. King Dice speaks up. This is on a Mark Dice video, and it was a find. Anti-whiteism needs to end. She did not deserve this. Give it up. That's our work being witnessed, ladies and gentlemen. An epic find. The Tree Godfather strolling in with 1,600 souls saved and climbing with hundreds of likes in the audience of the New York Post. He murdered her because she was white. Sharing this beautiful meme here. Well done, champ. Over here, the Tree Godfather again, murdered by yet another anti-white terrorist in the audience of the White House. Almost 5,000 people with hundreds of likes over on the White House's account being empowered. Those are going to be mostly conservatives. They aren't, quote, racist, you knob. They're anti-white, brilliantly articulated. 4,400 people with hundreds and hundreds of likes. This is in the audience of Tim Pool, beautifully spoken. This swashing general, Biosphere of the West, ladies and gentlemen, created the petition. I signed. You have to sign. Give him some love. Show the man how much you appreciate all the work he does. It's up to working on 5,700 views over there. Make sure you magnify this work. Well done. Biosphere of the West. OT leader. White Dragon. 3,500 views in the audience of, is this Julian? Is that Adrat? She says, anti-white, e.g., quote, leftists, hate us and want to harm us. Some anti-white people butcher us down, rape us, and anti-white media and X accounts with Ukraine flag make silence crimes out of it to prevent us from solidifying with the sympathizing with the victims and becoming a strong group. And then she's nothing. I mean, White Dragon's use of memes is almost unrivaled. God bless you, sister. Well done. Beautiful work. We did this, ladies and gentlemen. That's why he said those words. Let's keep that celebration going. And we're going to begin with a short listen to Anti-Vilification League. Went on another big Twitter space and rocked it out for White Wellbeing. This was a conservative Twitter space, and they ended up receiving him beautifully. Show this man some love for his master swashing.
As well, my friend. All right. We believe in free speech, which means sometimes we have people of opposing viewpoints. Anti-Vilification League, welcome to the stage. How are you? I see you still connecting, but I did bring you up. Anti-Vilification League, welcome to the stage. What's going on?
Good morning, everybody here in Australia. Can you hear me well?
Loud and clear.
Fantastic. Guys, so inspirational, the work that you've done so far with this Unite the Kingdom rally. It is such an important day for England and the entire Western civilization. I'd just like to talk just briefly about how...
I gotta say, I read your bio and I was not expecting that.
Yes, well, what I do is I work as a part of a team called the Go Free Community, headed up by Jason Kuna, whose handle is No White Guilt, NWG, right here on X, and also nowhiteguilt.org. And
we can't listen. It's on my Twitter. Make sure you listen to the totality of it on my Twitter, on his Twitter. We're sharing it everywhere. Give it up for Anti-Vilification League. He did a masterful job, gave a masterful class in swashing like you wouldn't believe. He was on top of a beautiful steed as he rode in there. Let's keep it going now for the Tree Godfather, who had brought yours truly in to complete this epic video that he made. Let's watch and celebrate this gentleman now.
Our children are priceless, and we would do anything to protect them. So why aren't you using Go Free to protect them from the most harmful ideas? Decades in the making, Go Free is a simple yet brilliant practice designed to free us from destructive socio-political ideas. As words are the tools with which we think, Go Free promotes precise, simple, and targeted language to counteract psychological warfare. When you go free of the system's control over your word choice, you liberate your thinking. As you grow, you can empower others. And the most important thing you can do is inoculate our children against the ideas that are meant to harm them.
That is so epic. Give it up. Give it up for the Tree Godfather, ladies and gentlemen. Beautifully done. And finally, we have the Mark Dice, King Dice.
Says that such stories in the Jim Crow era often egregiously exaggerated black criminality, and among other things, served as a precursor to a white supremacist uprising in Wilmington, North Carolina in 1898, in which at least 60 black men were killed. Notice the word black is capitalized, but of course, none of the mainstream media will capitalize the word white. You can see here every mention of the white woman or white people not capitalized. Every time black is mentioned, that of course is. We've been talking about this for years on this channel. Obviously, the Associated Press put that into their style guide back in like 2020 after the George Floyd insurrection. But guess who now is finally noticing it? Elon Musk, who posted, "Why is white always in lowercase but black is uppercase?" New York Times. The New York Times is deliberate, precise, and comprehensive in its anti-white racism. Yes, that's right, Mr. Musk. I would just add that that is called anti-whiteism.
Yes.
Which is constant from the mainstream media with articles like this coming from CNN. There's nothing more frightening in America today than an angry white man. Of course, if you just mention an angry black man, then that's a racist trope, they say.
Show the King Dice some love, and we'll be right back. 8 seconds. All right. What an amazing week. Oh my fucking God. So if you're new here, you're wondering, what is it? What does it mean? It's these concepts. It's the attendant arguments associated with, designed specifically, reason and logic,
designed specifically to undermine the psychological warfare that is anti-whiteism. When these failed to work, they were removed. When they work among numerous people and around the world, they remained. What has come to us is a distilled powerhouse, a lexical dialectical armory of concepts. Therefore, it is a victory to seed in the population these concepts so that they pick them up and use them in their lives. It is a powerhouse. It transforms our struggle to recapture our destiny. As we're doing that on a social level, on a public level, we are curing ourselves at the exact same time, using these exercises and using these concepts that you'll find in the Go Free Dialogic. You will become a better you, and you will transform the circles that your life touches. Let's keep moving along. We don't have an anonymous gift this week, but we do have a letter in the mail, and let's celebrate the letter in the mail. $25 financial gift, $25, ladies and gentlemen. Let's give it up. Perhaps you saw the card in the background. Says, thinking of you and giving thanks for the wonderful person you are, Regina Taylor and George Eason. You, Jason, are our leader. We love you. And then a letter here. A letter. He says, Jason, we would like you to go ahead and say our names. Regina and I are still reading and learning from you. Let's see. Now I'm reading and learning from Go Free. You are a truly solid man with your life's dedication. Never in my 65 years have I ever heard such profound wisdom. We love Wednesdays and Sundays, being with you last year at the end of 24, going into 25. We love what we hear and learn from you from the first time we found you on YouTube. Regina is 63, and we are meant to follow and learn from you. We are totally with you in many different ways. We talk to people about you, your books, your YouTube podcast. We talk with the lexicon, and we are effective because of that. We are so grateful for your lifetime dedication for White Wellbeing, with due and all respect and our love to you from us, George and Regina. God bless you both. Let's celebrate these two. What an epic testimonial. A 25. What a beautiful, beautiful testimonial. This doesn't happen in conservative environments. This doesn't happen in schmuck environments. The exact opposite in schmuck environments. A beautiful and absolutely beautiful card over here. Thank you, the both of you, so much. I love opening the thaumatological mailbag and finding mail in there. And that was a really beautiful letter and testimonial, financial gift. Wonderful people. Thank God that you are in the community. And thank you so much for your service to White Wellbeing. I will stand by your side every day of the year. Let's take a look for financial gifts. We have the Sandwich King, $25 from the Sandwich King over here on Entropy, Dude Bro Moment platform. $25. Show him some love for the $25. And with those $25, the Sandwich King writes, prayers for Kirk's wife and children. Amen to that in a very big way. A big amen. Very pristine of you, brother. Very pristine. Let me see if we have any others that warrant a celebration from the community, which is 20 or more. And okay, there we go. I'll come back to all financial gifts, though, as I reach them. All right. I don't see any over there. Let me swivel back this way. The great Corey is in the house. Corey, you know, with this guy right here. $50 freaking $50 freaking Corey. Big salutes to you, brother. Good to see you. Thanks for coming over, man. Team White Wellbeing can't be stopped, he writes. One more place to check to see if there's anything to celebrate. Then we'll continue to motor along. Remember to tag me as No White Guilt. We have 38 to 45 or so more minutes together. I want to hear what you have to say. Give me a tag. And as No White Guilt. And we'll speak to whatever your item might be. Looks like we are blank on Subscribestar. We have Weldon, God bless you, brother, $5. And he writes, God bless. Well, a big God bless to you. I hadn't read that yet, but a big God bless back to you. $5. We have Tidal Wave coming in at $10 financial gift over here. Tidal Wave. Thank you so much, brother. He says, to the King of the West. I appreciate that. I appreciate that very much. Well, then you all are the royal court. If I'm the king, then you all are the royal court. You are the apostles. And we are changing the world. Thank you for that, brother. Yes, the Unifier here with a $5 financial gift. And with it, as is customary, she writes, weekly folk tithe for White Wellbeing. Thank you, sister. All right, we have Land of the Fake, Home of the Gay has just come in with a $10 financial gift on Premium Rumble. And writing, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you for creating an effective moral framework for our demoralized race. Huge testimonial right there, huge. You are most welcome. Thank you for being such a stand-up champion. Land of the Fake, home of the Claudine Gay. Who else do we have here? We have Kate is here. Ivan is here. Ardent is here. Aliens Exist is here. We Are Western Kind. Cool, Papa J Magic. Thank you all for coming over. Danny Boy is here. Oh, Danny Boy. The pipes are calling from glen to glen and down the mountainside. Then what's the next lyric? The summer's gone, but and all the flowers dying. 'Tis you must go and I must buy. But come ye back when summer's in the meadow, or when the valley's hushed and white with snow. 'Tis I'll be here in sunshine or in shadow. Oh, Danny boy, I love you so. Hoyt McCoy is here. I have no idea how I just remembered that song. That was someone else, and I've been shouting, and my voice is burnt. Cindy Ben has come over. Who else has come over for the party? A Franklinator has come over for the party. Zin has come over. Good to see you. What is that song? There's a party going on right here. A celebration lasts throughout the year. Is that a good one or a bad one? Oh. Come on in. Celebration. Okay, that's like you hear that at weddings. That must be where it comes from. I've been at too many people's weddings where I break it down like a madman. I had to apologize to a groom, a bride and a groom, and once because I enjoy dancing. And so just the missus is here. U.S. Liberty is here. Janice is here. And so when the music starts playing at a wedding, it's over. It's over. I'm like out of my chair onto the dance floor alone. I'm like, it's happening. It's happening right now. And I end up, I reel it in a little bit. I'm not trying to take away by no means from anybody's day. No way. I'm not going to do that. No way. So I make sure I reel it in, but I do end up, while I'm just enjoying myself, getting attention from people. And there was one wedding. There were a couple weddings where some kind of wild. It's kind of interesting too, because that goes all the way back to when I was a little boy and very young, before I knew I could dance or trained myself or what have you. We were at a wedding, and I was 3, 4. I don't know. I was quite young. Maybe I was 4 and my cousin was 3, one of my cousins. And so we were, I don't know if I, we were at some relative's wedding, and the dance floor was full of people, and they're dancing, they're having a good time. And all of the women, of course, were dressed nicely, and they're quite pretty. And I was already, having some interest in that. I didn't know what it meant. Right. And I didn't have any sickos trying to tell me any, so I was just like, that looks really, something about is very interesting to me. Got my attention. And then, of course, my child mind is taking over. So my child mind comes up with the brilliant idea of sliding my pudgy cousin across the floor, and with the hope of having him go between a girl's legs. And then as he passed between the girl's legs, he would be able to see up her dress. It's dreadful. Of course, I was, I was all man, even though I was a boy. And he said, no. And I said, yes. And I know how to do this. I've seen it on cartoons. All I have to do is grab your legs. You lie down on your back, I'll grab your legs, and I'll spin around. And then on one of the passes, I'll let go. And by God, it worked. By Jove, it worked. He slid across the floor. His fat little body slid across the floor. And there was a woman who was dancing, and she was like, oh, and she literally threw her legs apart. He passed, not to the other side, but his head went underneath and out the other side. And she stepped over and away from him. And I was in disbelief. I was like, that worked. And I remember my mom, boy, she was pissed. Jason. You know how many times I heard that? Jason. I was like, well, I didn't know that would happen. And then, of course, I queried my cousin, my corpulent cousin. That's what he was. The kid eating all the time. Eating and eating and eating. He ate an ice cream cone I threw on the ground. Corpulent cousin. And so I went up to him and I was like, hey, what did you see? And he was like, I don't know. It was all like white. So I guess maybe she had underwear, obviously, maybe a slip and whatever. But I was like, damn, what good are you, corpulent cousin? But I was back to the other wedding. And I was out there dancing. I was doing my normal thing. And I got some attention. I got people, and I just, one guy came up. He was trying to be rude to me. He was like, I did a dance I called the Axl Rose. And it was from my memory of Axl Rose on stage, on videos. And he's like, what, did you just see him this morning? And I was like, come on. But then I noticed that there was like a table and then another table, and they were watching, and then another table on this side. And on this side was where the bride and groom and their table was. But these people over here were watching, and they were like talking. And it was a lot of the ladies.
and they were talking, and then I would do something silly and they would laugh. And so I just kept going. And then what ended up happening was the DJ and I began having a competition where he would play crazier and crazier music to find music that I just simply could not dance to. And as he played crazier and crazier music, more people left the floor until it was just me on the floor and the DJ. And it was like high noon. And these two guys, just total guys in a competition with each other, completely forgot about the wedding. And this guy would play a song, and he would play literally like 10 seconds, 15 seconds of it. And then if I could dance to it, he would flip it off and then flip to another one and flip it off and flip to another one. And it was like this hardcore competition until finally he got to this bizarre, really bizarre. I can only guess it sounded Asian to me. It sounded very bizarre and Asian. And the sound was just this weird ching 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 ching. It was like this weird, literally that was like this ching 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 ching. And so I made up the most crazy, like robotic dance to it. And the whole the tables they all were laughing. And I was like sweating profusely. The DJ finally gave up. He went to a slow song and people came back out. As I look, and then I see, oh my God, like the whole wedding was watching this dance off. I don't know what you would want to call it. DJ, dancer, music, dance off. So I went over to the couple and I was just like, I'm so sorry. I completely didn't intend to have a spectacle. And they were both like, man, that's going to live forever in our family lore. That some dude like got out on the dance floor. Some dude got out. So I'm that dude that got out on the dance floor and was breaking it down. And then there were a couple girls, and boy, they were some hefty, and they were trying to be very amorous. But no, wasn't going to happen. They were kind of hefty. There were actually a few of them, and they were pretty amorous. But anyhow, I don't know if there's video out there. $10 from the Wild Herb Ways. $10 over here on Premium Rumble. Big salutes, brother. And he says, thanks, Jason. You are most welcome, and thank you. Over here on Premium Rumble. And again, thank you all for showing up to the party today. The Great Slots, $1 financial gift. Good to see you, my champion brother. How much do you want to bet the killer's father thought teaching the killer, guns would solve the anti-whiteism taught to it? Probably. Absolutely. I 100%. I would put my money there as well. The Horse Whisperer is here. Good to see you. A celebration to last throughout the year. What was that other song that I heard a spoof, fake kind of a song, not made with AI, but silly, intended to be silly, and it was pretty silly, but it was a little catchy too. I can't remember it right now. Something about Star Trek, though, the show. Who else is here? We're going to get into JDZ is here. Thanks for coming over to the party. We're going to get into the lesson of the day. All right. We have a stumbling over here, $5 on entropy. Good to see you, brother, and thank you so very much. I'm guessing you haven't seen this yet. Big victory with the Leonardo Joni. We'd like to get her to come around and stop about the Jews. Oh, what is this now? Let's get a big victory going for Stumbling. I'm going to show you all. Big salutes to Stumbling. Let me put that up on the screen, ladies and gentlemen. Big salutes, man. Well done. Great swashing. Where is it? What's that even? I don't even know what that is. Is that not... Shouldn't that be what I'm saying? That's peculiar. Oh, let's do that. And... give it up for Stumbling. Look at this. Look at this. This is the comedian Leonardo Joni, and she's reading a financial gift from Stumbling of 10 pounds. Let's see, is it turned all the way up? Let's listen.
Can I give a shout out to Jason Cohn at No White Guilt and his book, Go Free, that teaches how to disarm anti-whites and cure ourselves of anti-white indoctrination. Okay, thank you for that, Stumbling. I'm going to look that up. I will follow him. I fully agree, man. Whatever we can do to arm ourselves with weapons against their ideology, because we should be trying to set as many of them free. Can I give a shout out to Jason Cohn?
Give it up for Stumbling. Great work, brother. Great work. Yes, I hadn't heard about that, man. Well done. That is perfect. Throwing his money there, his brilliance. Well done, champ. Big salutes, Stumbling. Another victory. I mean, talk about a week. Talk about a week of victories. We have the item of Musk pledging $1 million to murals. We have a couple of announcements. Make sure you tag me as No White Guilt if you have any comments or questions. Thank you all over here for celebrating over the course of the swashbuckling. Great to see you all. Just look at all this. The celebrating is so important. It is beyond explanation. If I could, I would, every time one of you all succeed, I would carry your ass myself across the field. Great Clean One is here. This stream feels like a nice warm bath after a long, hard day of cleaning the house. Thank you so much for that. I really appreciate it. That's a wonderful testimonial, isn't it? A nice warm bath. It's a nice warm bath. I should learn some songs that would accompany a nice warm bath. All right. Announcements today. Let's make sure we give a prayer and send positive energy to both, of course, Mrs. Jess Horst and the Tree Godfather. We want to make sure he comes out of his situation okay. So prayers and positive energy for Mrs. Jess Horst. Especially she's dealing with cancer. She's going through treatments. So please direct all of your prayer and positive energy. Also, announcement here. If you have not signed the petition for Iryna Zarutska, please sign that petition. The Great West, Biospirit of the West, OT leader put that together. He did a magnificent job. Here's what you can understand. I took a look at it before everybody who might be concerned about identity or revealing identity. The platform does capture the IP address. It does not reveal the IP address. So change.org does capture the IP address. It functions primarily on the account that you make when you sign a petition, so that you can't sign the petition again with a new account. Now, if you're worried about the IP address, change.org blocks most of the ways that you can conceal your IP and mask your IP. Even Tor browser is unlikely to work. But if you access it from your cell phone, and I'm not a tech guru or anything, so correct me if I'm wrong, but I did look into this at least. If you access it with your cell phone, then the IP it captures, that change.org captures, is the IP of the tower
that the cell phone is communicating with. So if you just do that away from home, then you won't be revealing an IP address that might be close to home. And then you can sign up and just say you want justice for Iryna Zarutska. Thank you for that. It's on my Twitter. It's on Tree Godfather. It's on Biospirit of the West Twitter. It's everywhere. Please check it out. Let me jump into our final news item and then our lesson of the day. And we will wrap it up for today. It's been glorious. As I take a final look at your comments and look for any gifts I might have missed, let's listen to a tiny bit of music.
Been reading all their papers, telling me what to feel about the dirt beneath my boots and the scars that never heal. They want me to hang my head low for sins I never did, but mate, I know just who I am, just like my father did. My father's land runs through my veins, like rivers running in wild and free. Your faces in the outback, through thunder, rain, and pain. My granddad's hands are calloused, working sun up till it wanes. They say we don't belong here, but every stone tree just...
All right. Tree Godfather tagging me saying, remember the whole anti-white Karen trope started over a woman walking her dog, being afraid and calling the police. This woman either didn't get a chance in Alabama, or she was worried about appearing immoral by calling law enforcement.
Won't say sorry, sorry for the blood that pumps inside of me, for the strength that sets me free, standing tall beneath these stars, knowing right where I belong.
Arden Party saying to me, no, I get your groove on.
So keep your guilty conscience, all your shameful gaze. I walk this land with pride now, like those that gave their names to valleys, hills, and stations where my people learn to thrive. This spirit can't be broken while my bloodline stays alive. Well, my father's land runs through my veins like two rivers running wild and free. Wild and free.
Awesome piece of music by Raymond Foster. Danny Boys says that, no, I could tell you're an awesome dude. I appreciate that. Thank you very much. I am totally awesome. It's true. Auden Party, $1 financial gift. Thank you, brother. Maybe did I miss that? He says, poor man's portion today. Now, God bless you, brother. Anything. You're a great swashbuckler. Good to see you. Salutes. And looking for tags. If I miss your tag, please tag me again with a question, comment, concern. And all right, just making sure I didn't miss anybody. School of the West says, great show, brother. We need to see the dance video. All right. Yeah, I don't know. We'll have to find that somehow. School of the West also says, nice rendition of Danny Boy. Well, I really appreciate that. Yeah, thank you very much. Especially at the end of a stream and the yelling. Winged Production, this is all over here on Odyssey. I noticed that Tommy Robinson rally had the mandatory non-whites front and center to villainy signal, white erasure. Same poop, different day. So very true. Well said. Freedom. That reminds me of the James Brown. Again, I live in America. Superhighway, coast to coast. Need 'em to get anywhere. On a transcontinental overload. Just climb behind the wheel. How does it steal? When there's no destination that's too far. Somewhere on the way, you might find out who you are. Living in America. Oh my God, that guy cracks me up. They need to dig him up. Bring him back. All right. Elon Musk pledges $1 million to murals honoring Ukrainian refugee murdered in North Carolina. Her name is Iryna Zarutska. We're not going to forget her. Silicon Valley is stepping in after the killing of Ukrainian refugee Iryna Zarutska shocked the nation. I'm going to guess, and probably handicap way, this name is pronounced Owen McCabe. Is that Owen? For the love of God. For the love of God. CEO and founder of Intercom committed $500,000 to commission murals of Zarutska's face in major U.S. cities. I'm offering $500,000 in $10,000 grants to paint murals of the face of Iryna Zarutska in prominent U.S. city locations, McCabe wrote. Those who want to participate in or donate to the initiative are encouraged to contact McCabe's chief of staff, Kate Tolstedt. McCabe's post caught the attention of billionaire tech entrepreneur Elon Musk, who replied with an offer to contribute $1 million. Musk also been vocal about Zarutska's case, particularly media coverage of the killing and public reaction. Are they going to mention it's anti-white? I guess not. A person working with the campaign who spoke with Fox News Digital under the condition of anonymity said they are currently in talks with more than 1,000 artists across the country and are looking for the right locations. There are also poster campaigns in the works. So obviously, I'm happy that this is happening. We don't want to forget Iryna and this anti-white terroristic murder. We want to keep putting her name and her face out there. At the same time, here we have this frenetic energy going to an activity that is not in any way going to prevent future Irynas. So I have mixed feelings about this campaign. What's going to be written on the murals? Just Iryna, Zarutska? I mean, what's going to be even written on them? Is it going to say victim of anti-white violence? That would be a way to make this project of, who knows, maybe it ends up being over 2 million in the end when people stop giving money to it. Killed by anti-whiteism, murdered by anti-whiteism. Is that going to be on it? Or is it just going to be her face? If it's just her face, then that's going to be of no effect for preventing the future Irynas. None whatsoever. You want to just say, well, you want to remember her? You want to remember her by putting up her face in these cities? If there isn't the context, if it isn't associated with verbiage that can empower the audience, it's useless. It's no better than, although not as bad, it's just no better than the kind of garbage leaflets that for other groups I was handing out, completely ineffective, total waste of my time. If anything, it was harming the cause for white well-being, all these different groups and the kinds of material and arguments that they made. And I would walk along reading them as I would be distributing or passing them out, thinking, this is really just trash. But everybody knew better. They still do. They still know better. So I think to myself, when I see something like this, I think, what if $1.5 million were given to the Foundation for White Wellbeing? How much good could we do in service of preventing future Iryna Zarutskas? And isn't that the point of remembering her? We're not her family members. We're making sure with our activism that her death isn't in vain by way of the activism. I didn't know her. You didn't know her. So the point and the reason to remember her is to give value to the life that was stolen from her by preventing future Iryna Zarutskas. So I've got mixed emotions about this. I'm happy that her mural is going to go up, but I'm really dissatisfied and irritated and tired of watching millions of dollars go to the most ineffective, toothless, fruitless garbage, quite frankly, that claims to address our victimization, whether explicitly or implicitly. Happy it's being done, but for God's sake, if one goes up in DC and I see a picture, I see it, I'll take a photograph, I'll show it. And if it's just her face, it will be the most colossal waste of money that you could imagine. The day that it's painted, or days, as soon as it's done, no one walking by will know who she is. They'll think she must be some sort of model. Maybe they'll think she's a OnlyFans model. They'll think maybe she is some sort of celebrity. They'll think maybe she's a singer. No one will know who she is on that painting. So no, it's a bad idea if that's the way it ends up. A really colossal waste of money. But anybody who would spell his name like that, I guess, is bound to make those kind of errors. And then, of course, Elon Musk just jumps on board. Let's get to the lesson of the day, as we are running out of time. If somebody tags me somewhere and I'm not seeing it, please let me know. Who is McCabe? He could be a benefactor of the Foundation for White Wellbeing, says Stumbling. Well, his name is Owen, Eoghan, unless I've got it like butchered the ever-living shit out of it. McCabe, CEO and founder of Intercom. So if anybody wanted to try to swash on that guy, then he's the one to go to. It was because of his 500,000 that Musk decided to jump in with $1 million. Great question, brother. Way to be thinking. All right. Let's jump into this. We are looking at anti-whiteism and the anti-white narrative. And this is important, addition to iteration to. This is important because the conversation about Unite the Kingdom, the conversation about Charlie Kirk, the conversation maybe even about the march in Australia recently, are all taking place within the anti-white narrative and the milieu of anti-whiteism, the anti-white immoral imperative of our social morality. Looks like Dallas has tagged me. Where is that tag? I see the Tree Godfather. How many anti-white, non-white artists will be doing the painting? Well, that's a great point too. I guarantee you they'll be hiring a slew of African and Afro-Caribbean artists so that they won't be racist according to the social morality that we just mentioned. Where is Dallas's tag? I'm not seeing it. Is it near the bottom? I don't know, but Tree Godfather is so true. Well, get back to me on where it is, how many it is up. We'll jump into this. Or copy her comment and then tag me again and put it in the live chat. Yeah, so can you copy it? All right, anti-whiteism is all concepts, ideologies, actions, and everything deriving therefrom, such as opinions, policies, laws, rules, that inflict injury on Western kind and Western civilization. So you see with this how challenging it is to try to parse it, how impossible it is. All of these derivative notions, ideologies, etc., when you can just bundle this up for what it is, which is anti-white. Anti-whites use carefully crafted pretexts to justify anti-whiteism. These pretexts are classified as MIS, M-I-S, the moralization, intellectualization, and sentimentalization of the anti-white desire to inflict harm on Western kind. Note, while all MPs are pretexts to arrive at anti-white conclusions, not all mis-pretexts are MPs, of course. But this is how they create the structure of anti-whiteism with the mis-pretexts. Oh, Dallas has a huge post here, and it is under, Stephanie Tyler as well. Let me put that up on the screen. Look at that. 17,000 empowered. Give it up for Dallas. Big salutes. Big salutes. Give it up for Dallas Malloy. Absolutely. Dallas says in response, if people want to honor them, start exercising some courage and call out the rampant anti-white terrorism across the West. Brilliantly written. We can defeat the anti-white dominant social morality to a white positive one by becoming a people and centering our well-being. If we don't, we are finished. Genius level. Look at this. Stephanie Tyler, she says, what we do next is very important. Zarutska and Kirk, and Dallas comes in with the answer. Brilliantly done, Swashbuckling general, sister. Brilliantly done. Honor them by exercising some courage. Call out rampant anti-white terrorism across the West. Become a people. That's the kind of heroism we need. Well done. That's going to end up at 20,000 people being empowered. Instead of, look how genius this is compared to, hey, do the things that the murderers, especially obviously Kirk's murderer and his lover, what they were already subjected to. Do more Christianity, do more cuckservatism, do more patriotism, do more Republican voting, do more stable families, do more mom and dad in the house. That didn't do it. But what Dallas is talking about did. So big salutes. I don't know if she's still with us, but let her know that we celebrate her here about 7 minutes before the wrap up. Big salutes, Dallas. All right. Let us continue. And again, this is page 33 of the Go Free Dialogic, edition 2, iteration 2. You won't even believe edition 3, very big. A lot more in there, but not available yet. We're talking about the anti-white narrative because that is what we live under. That is what we live in. That is the only narrative. And anti-whiteism, the substance. And we just articulated how the anti-whites justify the anti-white concepts, precepts, etc., with moralization, intellectualization, and sentimentalization of that desire to inflict injury. When I realized this so many years ago, I realized it's fruitless to have a debate with an anti-white, somebody who's really just anti-white. It's fruitless to not address their desire to victimize white people because these things are just excuses. And here are some examples. All races are inherently interchangeable. Thus, non-white lack of achievement is due to evil, selfishness of the white race. Thus, all immigrants are the same. Thus, and you just go on and on. Myths of pretexts. Non-white children deserve white charity because their suffering is caused by whites, either because white people created the situations or failed to correct the situations that cause their suffering. Whites owe non-whites entry into our countries because it accords with our moral obligation to do unto others as we would have done unto ourselves. There is no race but the human race. So all of these are built out of pretexting. Makes sense? We should probably talk about this chapter again some point soon. As anti-whites and anti-white doctrines predominate the news and entertainment media, governments, universities, and church leadership, the anti-white narrative is the official narrative of Western civilization, the daily historical civilizational story within which we live our lives. It is everything you know about the world beyond your immediate experiences with family, friends, and work. I want you to really think about that. We're really running out of time. Really should come back and hit that harder because of how important this is. But I got to read that again. The anti-white narrative is everything you know about the world beyond your immediate experiences with family, friends, and work. That means it's everything that everybody you interact with knows about the world. The anti-white narrative is fiction and is debunked by lived experience and unfiltered statistics. In addition to MPs and other tools of persuasion, anti-whites enforce the narrative by stigmatizing, pathologizing, and criminalizing everyone and everything that deviates from the anti-white narrative. You talk about the morality, and I failed to mention because there's so many points to mention earlier in our gathering. We're clearly going to have to come back to this and pick it up. Page 35 here. I failed to mention. We or conservatives, I should say, nationalists, are finally able, with such an egregious infraction of one of our norms, this you don't celebrate, wildly celebrate a death, a murder, and you definitely don't wildly celebrate one that is as wicked and evil and grisly as that. And that was finally enough of a breach of one of our norms to drive us, compel us out of that morality to go beyond the rule that we don't do to them what they do to us. Jesus wouldn't want it. It makes us no better than they are. And finally, we're able to do it. We're finally able to act. Jason's been right all along. Why is it on the other side that anti-whites are able to get you fired? They're able to, because of the social morality. I've been right all along. You've been right all along if you're here. If we're marching shoulder to shoulder, you've been right all along. It's the morality that drives their immoral, relative to our well-being, morality that drives them like fanatics, like bloodthirsty fanatics, the same way that many healthy white people are acting now in response to the people mocking Charlie Kirk's assassination, like bloodthirsty fanatics to get you ruined, fired, etc. Why does it work? Because there is a social morality. Because the people on the other end receive it as immoral. Folks, if you don't address this, you are seriously pissing straight in your mouth. Let's go free. Let's not mess around anymore. We'll be back on Wednesday on YouTube, I hope, loading this up on Tuesday night. I hope Tree Godfather and the other heroes from the Shade Tree every day at 2 p.m. I'll try to show up there. You try to show up there. This is the Church of the West. I'm your hierarch. We'll be teaching from Prometheus Rising on Wednesday. You don't want to miss that. I look forward to seeing you all at that time. But you know how it is. We're going to have to keep making the noise. We're going to have to keep seeding the concepts and arguments that win. Or you can take a good look at everything I showed you today and see how all of that will fall apart. I love y'all. Let's go free.